the same has been proposed to be increased to 28.3 million. I must say that because of our huge population, this money is actually a drop in the ocean. I can tell you that just this year we asked for projects, community projects, out of the budget of 13 million in the current CDF. We received project proposals exceeding 90 million kwacha. Youth and empowerment, the budget is about 1.9, and when we called for project proposals, applications, we received applications exceeding 14 million kwacha. And so you see, it tells you that we lack, very far in terms of development, and our poverty levels are quite high. Mandevu constituency is peri-urban, meaning that some parts are planned and the larger area is unplanned. And so we want to work together with the government. I think the budget pronunciation is good, and our prayer is that the Ministry of Local Government should consider doing some roads in Mandevu constituency. In terms of education, I know that 23 billion has been allocated to the education function. 1.5 billion will be for construction and rehabilitation of schools, and also there we ask the Ministry of Education to consider at least building one secondary school for the people of Mandevu. Currently we only have 7 secondary schools, and some of these have just been upgraded, meaning that they don't have matching infrastructure. And so we call upon the Ministry of Education to consider the people of Mandevu by building more schools to educate our young children. We want to call upon the Minister of Health, the Ministry of Health. You see, they need to match the pronouncements. The implementation for the health budget should be done prudently, and the ministry must expedite the procurement of drugs so that our people could access proper health. Water and sanitation, again, we intend to work with the government. I know that our colleagues on the western side, Matero, have been mentioned to be beneficiaries of this money, and so we are also calling upon the government to come in and connect Rafio Chota, Mpulungwad, Kabanana, and Romawad. We have the Foxdale community here who don't have water, and so we have the nearest connection from Independence Hills there. So if Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company could be given money to lay pipes and connect the Kafue bulk project to Mandevu, that will go a long way in giving our people safe, clean drinking water. So that is our developmental agenda. We will build a number of 1x3 classroom block in various wards. We intend to build maternity wings for all the health centers that are dotted around the constituency. Of course, we agree with the presidential pronouncement that no pupil must sit on the floor while CDF has been provided, and so we work with the WDCs, the councillors, to procure desks for all the government schools, and when we're done, we also intend to procure desks for some of the community schools who are also supplementing government efforts in providing education to our vulnerable children. So the empowerment budget, again, we're just from giving out empowerment funds to our youths, women, and cooperatives. Oh, well, my last word to the people in the constituency is that Mandevu has a very huge population. As area member of parliament, I note and acknowledge the problems that we have in the constituency. However, solutions cannot only be done by the member of parliament. It therefore calls that I work together with the government who are mandated actually to bring development to the people of Mandevu. So I'm calling on the people of Mandevu to be stakeholders. Some of the comments that they pass sometimes are quite unfortunate, because they need to distinguish the roles of the Member of Parliament, they need to distinguish the roles of central government, and of course, Ubuteko Wabukaya, which is the local government. The local government through the Lusaka City Council, where we have 38 councillors, and in Mandevu, 8 councillors, equally have a role to provide services for the people in our communities. And so, if we're going to put our hands together, then most definitely come 2026, we would have at least, achieved some levels of significant development in our area.
Do you want to keep the good times rolling? Then pay and get bumped up to a higher package. Nimbasela Nafuti by GoTV. Because when you pay your subscription, you get bumped up to the next higher package for free. To get more than enough of only the best entertainment on TV. Nimbasela Nafuti. Visit GoTVAfrica.com for more information and stay connected to get bumped up for free on GoTV. We got you. GoTV. Love it.
So much for joining us on Parliament Television today, the 22nd day in the month of March 2023, and to be on live commentaries, my name is Paul Ndovi, and my sign language interpreter is Jason Manda, and he will be interchanging with Chola Kauma a little later. Let's quickly look at business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, which was a Tuesday, the 21st day in the month of March 2023. Business did begin by Madam Speaker making an announcement, and she did inform the House that the National Assembly of Zambia Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026, which was approved in 2022, would be launched on Wednesday, 22nd March 2023, which is today, in the auditorium at Parliament Building here at 09 hours, and we did witness that launch earlier in the day live on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. She therefore invited members to the launch on voluntary basis and requested them to be seated at 08:45 hours. So if you're joining us now, that event did take place earlier in the day here at Parliament Buildings. After that announcement that was made by Madam First Deputy Speaker, the House did proceed to consider questions for oral answer, and these are questions from 208 to 214, and these questions were under Standing Order 74. And after that, the House noted question for written answer, and these are questions number 6 to 8, under Standing Order 75, and the replies were accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates. There was a consideration of a bill entitled the Environmental Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2023, and this bill was presented by the Minister of Green Economy and Environment. It read the first time and referred to the Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism for examination, and the committee will submit the report on the bill to the House in due course. There was also consideration of another bill, and this bill came up at second stage, and this is the Anti-Terrorism and Non-Proliferation Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2022, which read the second time, and it was committed to the Committee of the Whole House, and the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable Jack Mwembu, is the one who presented this bill some time back. And committee to be taken on Tuesday next week on the 28th of March 2023. After the consideration of that bill at second stage, there was consideration, the resumption of the question number 207, understanding order 74, and there was resumption of the consideration of that question And at 17, the House adjourned. So basically, that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. And today, Madam Speaker is expected to take the chair at 14:30 hours. So in a few minutes' time, we'll be able to see Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. That will signify the commencement of today's business. So that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. We'll take a short break, and I'll be letting you in on what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House today. Keep watching Parliament Television. On Parliament Television. There you have it. That's the floor of the House and members of Parliament just chatting and catching up on various issues. Let's quickly shift our attention and look at what is expected to be considered on the floor of the House. We expect 2 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 74 to be considered on the floor of the House, and later on the House will consider 4 bills, and these bills are coming at second reading stage. Let's delve into the details of the 2 questions. First question is question 215, which will come from Mukaika, Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Peter Piri, and he's directing his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and this is Honorable Milupi, and he would like to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade Chanida border post in Katete district to a one-stop border post. And the B part of the question, the member would like to find out when the plans will be implemented. And the other question will come from Kanchivia, Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Sunday Chanda, and his question 216, directing his question to the Minister of Energy, and this question is in 3 parts. We'd like to find out when the government will electrify the Kavinga Chiefdom in Kanchivia Parliamentary Constituency, what the estimated cost of the project is, and the last part of the question, which is C, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is. So those are the 2 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 74 expected to be considered on the floor of the House. And we do expect 4 bills, and these bills are coming at second stage reading. We do have the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, and we do have the Controlled Substances Bill, the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, the Rural Education Bill. For now, as you can see on your screens, the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia,
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliament for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Can we settle down? Honorable members on my right, I'm tired of bowing to empty benches. Can we improve on the attendance? The benches are empty. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make and two rulings. The first announcement, order, honorable members. The first announcement, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following members of the National Council of Namibia Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. The first one, who is the leader of the vice chairperson of the committee, is Honorable Elder Philippe MP. The second one, Honorable Nicodemus Mutinga MP member. Honorable Paulus Mpangu MP member. Honorable Richard Gausepo MP member. Honorable Joram Hausep MP member. Miss Dorothy Fransman, Deputy Director. Mr. Emmanuel Cooper, Deputy Director. And the last one, but not the least, Mr. Brian Ruako, Parliamentary Clerk. I wish, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. You are welcome. Now, the two rulings. I'll start with the first one. This one relates to a point of order that was raised on Friday, 10th March 2023 by Mr. R.C. Mutale, Member of Parliament for Chitambo constituency, against Honorable C. Mulenga, MP, Minister of Commerce and Trade and Industry, for allegedly raising the United Party for National Development, UPND, party symbol in the House. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Friday, 10th March 2023, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 192, and the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable C. Mirupi MP, was about to respond to the question by Mr. Ara Mutale, Member of Parliament for Chitambo constituency, raised a point of order. The point of order was made pursuant to Standing Order 2042J of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Order Standing Orders 2021, which states in part as follows, and I quote, 204, Parliamentary Decorum and Etiquette. 2. A member shall observe the following rules of parliamentary etiquette. J. A member shall not shout political party slogans or display political flag, emblems, or any such article in the House. End of quote. In his point of order, Mr. R.C. Mutale, MP, inquired whether Honorable C. Mulenga, MP, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, was in order to raise the United Party of Zambia, United Party for National Development, UPND symbol in the House. Honorable members, in her immediate response, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling in order to study the matter. I have since studied the matter and will now render my ruling. Honorable members, in order to ascertain whether Honorable C. Mulenga, MP, had raised has indeed displayed the UPND symbol as alleged, I had recourse to the verbatim record and relevant video footage for the proceedings of Friday, 10th March 2023. Honorable members, neither the verbatim record nor the video footage captured Honorable C. Mulenga, MP, raising the UPND symbol in the House as alleged by Mr. R. Mutale, MP. In this regard, there is no evidence that Honorable C. Mulenga, MP, raised the UPND symbol. He was therefore not out of order. I thank you. The next ruling, honorable members, is a point relating to the point of order raised by Mr. M.F. Fuve, Member of Parliament for Chiruvi constituency, against Mr. R.M. Chavinga, Member of Parliament for Mafinga constituency, for allegedly being absent from sittings of the House. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Friday, 14th October 2022, when the House was debating the 2023 budget address, and Ms. E. Munashabantu, Member of Parliament for Mapatiza constituency's time to debate had just expired, Mr. M.F. Fuve, Member of Parliament for Chiruvi constituency, raised a point of order. Mr. M.F. Fuve, MP's point of order, which was against Mr. R.M. Chavinga, Member of Parliament for Mafinga constituency, was premised on Standing Order 210 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. Standing Order 2010 provides as follows, and I quote, 2010-1. If during a session a member is absent for 4 consecutive sittings of the Assembly without permission in writing from the Government Chief Whip or the Speaker, the Government Chief Whip shall report the matter to the Committee on Privileges and Absences for hearing and determination. 2. If the committee finds that the member has offered a satisfactory explanation for the member's absence from the sitting of the Assembly, there shall be no further proceedings on the matter. 3. If the committee finds that the member has not offered a satisfactory explanation for the member's absence from the sittings of the Assembly, the committee shall, through the Speaker, report to the House recommending appropriate action to be taken against the member. End of quote. Mr. M.F. Fuve, MP, stated that in line with the Standing Order 210 of a member of Parliament was only permitted to be absent from the sittings of the House with prior permission from the Government Chief Whip. In that regard, Mr. M.F. Fuve, MP, stated that he had observed that Mr. R.M. Chavinga, MP, had only attended sittings of the House on 4 occasions from September 2021 to the date the point of order, to the date of the point of order. He therefore inquired whether certain members had special exemptions and what the status of Mr. R.M. Chavinga, MP, was. Honorable members, in response to the point of order, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling to facilitate investigations into the matter. Honorable members, in investigating the matter, I had recourse to the attendance registers for the period in question. A perusal of the registers revealed that Mr. R.M. Chavinga MP was absent for a total of 6 consecutive sitting days from 4th to 12th October 2022. Honorable members, in line with parliamentary practice and procedure, on 24th October 2022, the Office of the Clerk wrote to Honorable S. Mulusa, Government Chief Whip, informing him of Mr. R.M. Chavinga MP's absence from the House. Honorable S. Mulusa MP was further informed that in view of Mr. R.M. Chavinga MP's absence, he was, in accordance with the Standing Order 210-1, required to report the matter to the chairperson of the Committee on Privileges and Absences for hearing and determination. In response, by a letter dated 14th March 2023, Honorable S. Mulusa MP informed the Office of the Clerk that his office had received a sick note from Coptic Hospital dated 4th October 2022. It indicated that Mr. R.M. Chavinga MP was recommended to be off duty for the period 4th to 12th October 2022. He attached the sick note to the letter. Honorable members, in light of the response from the Office of the Government Chief Whip, it is evident that Mr. R.M. Chavinga, MP, had permission to be away from the House during the period in question as he was indisposed. He was therefore not out of order. I thank you. Matters of urgent public importance. Order, order. Let's settle down. The first one, honorable members, as we raise matters of urgent public importance, let's look at the criteria. Always ask yourself a question. Can we listen to the guidance? As we raise the matter of urgent public importance, please ask yourselves whether what catastrophe is going to occur if the government doesn't take the action immediately. We start with the honorable member for Petauke.
Catastrophic. That's why I'm called the chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, understanding Order 134.
Order, just speak calmly, honorable member. Otherwise, our ears are going to burst. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, the government gave a directive to all the millers to buy the maize from the government to cushion the shortage of meal in our country, including Petauke, Madam Speaker. But the good people of Petauke, especially the millers in Petauke and other districts, they haven't been given that chance to buy FRA maize, government maize, so that they can also sell to the local. In Petauke, Madam Speaker, as I'm talking right now, all the millers, they don't have maize. And they have applied, since they have applied, not even any single miller has been given maize so that they can offload in market. We want the people, they don't have where to buy maize and where to buy miri meal. And also we don't have ZNS, because ZNS in other areas have been also selling miri meal to the community. And also the millers, the workers are sitting. They are sitting without jobs, Madam Speaker. As a result, they weren't going to be paid. And if it can continue to be like that, the people in my constituency, Petauke Central Constituency, they'll die with hunger, Madam Speaker. And the other part of the country where the millers haven't been given that chance to buy maize from the government and also offload to the community, I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker, before my people in Petauke Central die with hunger, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to say that you should put in a question, but I see that the Minister of Agriculture is anxiously waiting to answer the question. So let the Honorable Minister of Agriculture then respond.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I thank you, Madam Speaker, in that the question that has been raised by the Honorable Member for Petauke is so important, not only for Petauke, but for the entire country. Madam Speaker, right now, I would like the honorable members in the House to appreciate that all the neighboring states around Zambia, including other areas that are maize consuming, are looking at Zambia as the major source of non-GMO grade 1 maize. We are therefore under a lot of stress to protect the national food security of Zambia. If we are going to be careless, all our stock is going to run out. And you, honorable members, will be on the government that the government has been careless with the stock which it has had and a good quantity of stock which the Zambian farmers sold to the agency. Number one, Madam Speaker, the honorable members in the House should know that the Food Reserve Agency was not created to be a stockkeeper for millers. You should ask your millers why they do not have maize in their stores. That is the first point. Second point, Madam Speaker, most of the millers, those whom we have given export permits, and I want to repeat, we will not stop giving export permits, but we will regulate it at the ministry. You colleagues in this House, honorable members, it should be our responsibility to ensure that the cross-border trade, which is undocumented, is checked. In Petauke, there is a lot of movement of meal and maize from the so-called millers out into other states. And when the maize run out, Madam Speaker, it will be the same Honorable Banda who will be saying, we have no maize, what has the government done? We need, as a collective here, to protect the food security of Zambia. We have seen right now there is an article on in the press, running in the press, where one miller has had a lot of maize and meal picked in a ship which is destined outside the country, and also on rail destined outside the country. This is because of these careless pronouncements we are making, encouraging millers to buy maize from FRA without checking where that maize is going. Madam Speaker, I'm asking. I want to take that as a joke because the honorable member who came in is a very senior member, and I think you appreciate what I'm saying. I wish not to be disrespectful because he is a very senior member of the House. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I therefore I'm so grateful for the chance you allowed me, because through that question from Honorable Banda, other people should know that as a government we are extremely worried and concerned about the cross-border trade that is going on. We have given maize continuously to millers. Why is there a shortage of mealie meal? That's what we should be answering. Instead of coming here, Madam Speaker, and championing a statement which you cannot justify and verify. I sat with the honorable member yesterday and I told him, instead of us giving you maize to give to small millers, why don't you allow that we open up community sales so that people in Petauke can access the maize and grind it? I would therefore encourage him to write if you are not doing community sales so that we can go ahead. But let us be careful. We've got 2 months which we should be careful with. Otherwise, Zambia will run out of maize. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Before Honorable Member for Petauke, can you please take your seat? There is an indication from the Honorable Member of Unkana for a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, members of Parliament are guided by our standing orders in relation to the manner of speech. I have listened to the Minister of Agriculture in his responses. He is going to an extent of threatening that he will choose whether to be disrespectful or not. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture rubbishes a statement made that it is careless. Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Agriculture in order to use the language that he has used today, and seemingly a very annoyed man, and has gone to threaten that he's going to be disrespectful? This house, Madam Speaker, is a house of honor. This house is a house of dignity. And we are guided, Madam Speaker, that you can never threaten to be disrespectful against other members. Is the Minister of Agriculture in order to come and threaten that at some point is going to be disrespectful? Iwe take a panshi. Can you behave first? Madam Speaker, I need your guidance. Is the Minister of Agriculture in order to threaten that at some point is going to begin to be vulgar? I seek your indulgence.
Order, honorable members. Order, order. Honorable Member Fonkan, as you were raising a point of order, you are again pointing fingers at other members. As we raise points of order, let's do that in a respectful manner. And also as we respond, let's do it in a respectful manner. I know some... are you listening to me or... Please, let's learn to coexist peacefully with one another. Let's always measure the way we speak to each other and remain respectful. Of course, there are parliamentary words that cannot be used, but sometimes the tone that we use can be injurious to other honorable members. So please, let's learn to coexist as we talk to each other, as we ask questions, as we answer questions. So I don't know in what, I can't judge the mood in which the Honorable Minister of Agriculture was when he was talking about that issue of maize. But I can see it's a matter that has been burning. It's at the bottom. Is really want to make sure that the people of Zambia are informed. So maybe we can bear with him on that. So can we have some interventions? Of course, today is Wednesday. We have a loaded order of proceedings. So I will allow 5 interventions in the manner in which they were presented. I will start with Honorable Member for Nalon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for your statement. I just want to understand, Honorable Minister, I was not clear. What exports are you currently allowing with regards to maize? Is it maize or mealie meal? What export permits are you giving And how is this affecting our food security? Because the price of maize continues to skyrocket. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my apologies if I appear to be disrespectful. No way I can beat Honorable Kampyongo. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the government of the Republic of Zambia, through the Minister of Agriculture, has been giving, at first, it was giving maize export permits, but mostly from the time we stopped selling maize to traders, we have been allowing some meal export by millers. The reason is, it is important for the millers to benefit also from the very good price which is outside our borders. But as long as it is through the ministry, Madam Speaker, it is controlled. What moves our blood is that which is not through the ministry, and that is what has become rampant. Small quantities going out on bicycles, on motorcycles, in vans, etc. By the end of the day, it's so much meal that goes out and very difficult to control. And this is where we are calling for concerted effort. This is a political issue. It is important for everyone to get involved so that we can reduce the quantity of maize going out in an unregulated fashion. Madam Speaker, Zambia cannot stop exports of meal to certain neighbors. It is a must that we have to give them some meal, and we do it in a regulated manner. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Petauke, since he's the one who started the issue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke an opportunity to ask a follow-up question on this very important question, Madam Speaker. Minister of Agriculture, before I even ask the question, I don't know what the millers of Petauke offended you for them to be accused to say.
Order, Honorable Member. Just ask the question. Remember what I said? Let's learn to respect it, to coexist. Don't accuse. Don't accuse the Honorable Minister. Just ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. But is in record the Minister of Agriculture is from accusing the millers of Petauke that they are selling meal outside Petauke, which he has never given them any allocation of maize. So I don't know that maize, if it came from Jesus, I don't know which they are saying, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, the question is, the Minister of Agriculture, for you to control the price of meal, you said you are going to give these millers maize so that you can control the price of meal, which had gone to 300. And right now, at least it has come back in Petauke, it is at 280. And also to maintain the jobs for those workers who work for that meeting. So now, with your answer to say you want to open the community cells, there are some who doesn't know where the hammer mills are. What are you going to do to those people? As a minister, are you going to be buying it, then making meal and selling to the community? I seek your answer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That's what passion can do. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank Honorable Banda for that very good question. Madam Speaker, may I, through you, let this House know that right now we are working on a program where our farmers, our commercial farmers, are going to grow early maize specifically for export for countries that are trying to get maize from Zambia. Now, it is connected to the question asked. It is important that you know that we are doing that. It is connected because the demand, Honorable Speaker, the demand, Madam Speaker, for the maize which we are seeing is actually not internal. This demand is external. Right now, ShopRite Chipata has run out of meal because people on bicycles, one bicycle, are buying the meal and they are heading in one direction and making 100 kwacha or so on top. And that is what is happening everywhere. Now, I'm not accusing the millers of Petauke. Actually, it's a generalized position for millers in Zambia and also the retailers, the people who are buying from the millers, are taking meal outside. And my plea is, instead of looking at issues in a micro manner, let's look at the bigger picture. Let us as MPs stop this unwanted trade across borders which is unregulated and without papers. No matter what we do, Honorable Banda, through Madam Speaker, even if we offloaded 1,000 bags in Petauke today, in the next 1 hour, the meal will be gone because it is going outside the country. And that is what is happening. So we need to check that. Now, in as far as the millers in Petauke are concerned, Madam Speaker, Petauke is well supplied by meal from millers in Lusaka, well supplied meal from millers in Chipata, well supplied. Even maize, we have been selling maize to traders in Petauke and the millers in Petauke. So maybe it is important at this juncture for Honorable Banda to come to the office so that I can show him evidence that we have sold maize to people who claim to be millers in Petauke. But I have heard, Madam Speaker, and I'm encouraging the Honorable Member to come to the office so that we look at it in detail. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Petauke. Please do engage the Honorable Minister to see how you can come to some understanding on that matter. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I was listening very attentively to the responses by the Minister in charge of Agriculture. In his responses, on one hand, the Minister has informed this House that permits will continue to be issued. On another hand, Madam Speaker, the Minister is worried that no matter how much maize and meal is offloaded, the maize will cross the border. Madam Speaker, the role of the Minister is to give a policy statement so that we are all guided. What is the official position of government? Are we allowing exports, or we are going to ensure that we deal with the local demand for maize that we have within our confines? I think it's important, Madam Speaker, that the Minister gives us a very general policy statement on what the position of government is. Are we continuing issuing permits, and are we going to disadvantage those that would want to have their local demand satisfied? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer, Madam Speaker, to that, and I would like to make it as clear as I can be, the answer is yes. Government policy is that we shall never, ever stop exports of meal and where it is absolutely necessary, maize. We have sufficient stock. If it is done in a regulated manner, we have no problem. But where it is unregulated, then we have a very big problem. And that is why I'm saying, can we all rise to this challenge as members of Parliament to ensure that the unregulated cross-border trade, commonly called smuggling, is reduced? May I end, Madam Speaker, by making it as abundantly clear the government of the Republic of Zambia under the new Dawn administration will not stop exports of mealie meal. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make progress, please. Like I guided earlier, we have a lot of work. I have given it direct. You have already spoken, Honorable Member for Petauke. Can we allow others? Please just wait. Let's allow other members. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister, not long ago, you opened up the floodgates by allowing people to get permits to export this precious stock, which is maize. And now your minister has come back to say you cannot export anymore, though you are saying you never stop giving permits. Honorable Minister, my question is, could you categorically tell the nation as to whether we are food secure in terms of metric tons that we have out there, as to whether they'll see us reach the next harvest season? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, may I use this opportunity to let the nation know, Madam Speaker, number one, as we stand today, Zambia has sufficient stock to take us to the next harvest. There is absolutely no need for fear. Number two, the government of Zambia will not stop exports as long as they are done in the appropriate and legal manner. Number three, if you are found selling maize across the border without documentation, you will forfeit your stock, and if you are unlucky, even the transport that you are using. So there is no need for you to export without documentation. Come to the ministry. In that way, you assist us to know exactly how much is going out. But those who are trying to export on their own, they will end up like that one who has been caught in Mpulungu today, and they will lose that stock, and they will be charged. There's no need for that. In terms of tonnage, we have not less than 400,000 metric tons of maize. So we have sufficient stock to take us to the new harvest. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a matter of urgent public importance.
No, let's just exhaust this one.
Oh, we exhaust this one, okay.
And then if it's a matter of urgent, you may take your seat. If it's a matter of urgent public importance, there were only 3 that had been raised, so the list had been closed. We were just addressing this issue that was which was raised by Honorable Member for Petauke. Because what I'm seeing here is indications for asking questions to the Minister of Agriculture. Yes, that's where we are now. And the last question will come from the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning, with your courtesy, we attended a very important session where Parliament exhibited the strategic plan. And in that session, Madam Speaker, there was some sketch or a drama that indicated that there are a lot of things that we do here at Parliament, but we are not very consistent in terms of making it known to the general public out there. Minister, you've told the House and the general public that you've actually given some maize or sold maize to the millers. This information, Minister, is not very much available in the public out there. That's why people are coming here to ask you these questions. Why can't you make this information a public document, whether on radio, on TV, even here a ministerial statement would help us, so that people could know which millers have been given and where. So that when they overcharge people, we can also help you to manage these prices. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, do you have any response?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member could be happy to know that at the Minister of Agriculture, almost every Wednesday, we hold a press briefing. And of the many issues that we discuss, matter of maize sales is always there. What we do not do, however, is to stipulate which miller has been sold what. I will find out I will find out from the Honorable Minister of Justice if I can be mentioning names of millers, because that's a private transaction. If I can be mentioning names of millers to indicate that this is the quantity sold to them. I will find out from the Minister of Justice, because you could end up making a very serious economic mistake, a trade mistake. But I hear what you're saying, and we'll try to see how we can improve on the dissemination of information. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I thank you. I also see that there's a lot of interest. A lot of members still want to ask questions. But you know, there are many ways that issues like this can be dealt with. One way is by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture inviting members of Parliament to go and visit and see for themselves the maize stock that he's saying is sufficient to carry us to the next rain season. Because I could hear from the members that when the minister was saying we have sufficient stocks, the honorable members were doubting whether indeed we had sufficient stocks. So the best way, please do interact, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Invite the colleagues, your colleagues, the honorable members, to go and visit so that they can be satisfied. So we go to the next matter of urgent public importance. Sorry, honorable member from Pika, what's the issue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
No, I was asking, what are you asking? Is it a point of order or?
A point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 65. Madam Speaker, the ministers stated that the country has sufficient maize. And if we have sufficient maize, the end result should be that we have sufficient mealie meal, which is the end product of maize. To the contrary, Madam Speaker, our people across the country, including in Pika, are queuing for mealie meal. If we had sufficient maize, why do we have high prices of mealie meal and also high shortages of mealie meal in most parts of the country? Madam Speaker, is the minister therefore in order to mislead the nation when on the ground the situation is very, very different from what him is talking about? Madam Speaker, the people out there are suffering, queuing for high priced mealie meal. Then he is here telling the nation that we have sufficient maize. In the actual sense, he knows very few bags are remaining, if at all we even have a few.
Member, you are now debating your
Standing Order number 65, Madam Speaker, I thank you. Is in order, therefore, to mislead the nation in that regard that we have sufficient maize when he knows what is happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the honorable member was following what I was saying just before we closed, I had said that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture should engage the honorable members here and invite them to go and visit so that they can see the stocks that the Honorable Minister is talking about, so that the honorable members can be satisfied that we have sufficient stocks. That's what I said. So now we will again raise a point of order after I had guided. So honorable member from Pika, you are out of order. So that I leave it to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to ensure, please, Honorable Minister, of Agriculture, do ensure that you take the honorable members to go and see the challenges that you have, if any, and the stocks that you have. You can respond.
Madam Speaker, I think this is a very important and serious matter. I will say it again. Madam Speaker, as Zambia, we have sufficient stock for our people and other uses in terms of maize. But our neighboring states do not have maize. And as a consequence, they are coming into Zambia to get our maize and meal meal. I don't know how else I can put this point across. When maize is offloaded, when meal meal is offloaded in Mpika, instead of the consumers, the residents of Mpika, buying it to go and cook their food, they are buying it and taking it across border because they are making more money by selling the meal meal. And that is what is happening everywhere, as long as it is along the border. I think this point should not be underplayed and it should not be brought into politics, because our maize, if I'm continuously forced to give the millers, is going to finish. It can finish in one day. There is so much demand around us. Madam Speaker, this is an important thing, and I'm asking and I'm appealing to the House to know that that's what is happening. It is incumbent upon us to check that this smuggling, cross-border trade is limited. Madam Speaker, thank you once more for allowing me to say something on this point of order.
The honorable members would want to know whether they are welcome to come and visit you.
Extremely welcome, madam. Our office is open, and even here, I'm already here. You are free to come, we chat. I can show you the figures. To go and your responsibility as civic leaders. Just as it is your responsibility to check if those companies supplying fertilizer have fertilizer and are producing in the country. We should be having that interest to go and check. The sheds are free, open. In Kalurushi, in Monze, in Solowezi, wherever they are. Not all sheds have maize, but wherever they are where there's maize, you are free. In Kalurushi there is maize, go and see. I thank you.
Thank you. That issue has been closed. Honorable Member for Petauke, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on Standing Order 202. The privileges of the Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raised on the point of order, but I wasn't allowed. 1, 2, again, a member is entitled to 2 questions if it is.
Order, honorable member. As you enjoy your privileges, also know that there are limitations in those privileges. The standing orders that you are referring to already do not allow you to challenge a presiding officer. So what you are trying to do there is to challenge a presiding officer. Look at the standing orders. There is a procedure of how a decision of a presiding officer can be challenged. Please let's acquaint ourselves with the standing orders, and can we make progress? The next matter of urgent public importance is being raised by the honorable member for Lunte.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you so much for according me this opportunity to rise on a matter of urgent public importance in line with Standing Orders 134. Madam Speaker, the matter raised by my honorable colleague, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central, took a bit of words out of my mouth, but nevertheless, I still have to raise this one, directing it towards the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Madam Speaker, and this relates to the suffering majority Zambians who are, many of whom are losing lives because of the high cost of living. Madam Speaker, your people in this country, the poor people of Zambia are losing lives because of the high cost of living. The high cost of food, we were just talking about meal and maize. High cost of transportation, high cost of medical care, high cost of fuel.
Order, honorable members, honorable member for Lunte, please. Can we respect the presiding officers? There will be no exchanges of words from one side to the other. Let's allow each honorable member to raise a point or to speak or to debate without any interruption in accordance with our own standing orders. Please, let's observe that. Honorable member for Lunte, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I indicated the high cost of fuel. Lastly, let me just indicate the high cost of the dollar. Madam Speaker, this is a time at which the Zambian people, particularly the poor Zambians, expect measures to be promulgated by both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, demonstrating how this high cost of living is going to be managed. Alas, Madam Speaker, every day we are seeing Bank of Zambia indicating to us that the trend of the dollar can only go up. 2 days ago, the Minister of Finance announced that it will cost Zambians more to travel along Ndola-Lusaka Road, even before the road is done. Madam Speaker, these announcements are causing a lot of high blood pressure on the poor Zambians who are already suffering. Isn't this the time, Madam Speaker, for my colleagues, particularly those two, isn't this a time they should now begin to overhope?
What's the matter of urgent public importance? We don't have the whole day, honorable member.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, of course the matter is known. I'll be seeking your indulgence so that the two honorable ministers can start giving hope as opposed to telling people that it will actually be more expensive to live in this country as if there is personal interest in issues being raised.
Order, honorable member. Do not debate. Just raise your matter of urgent public importance.
Madam,
once you debate, then the other side will be forced to debate. Let's, as I said, let's manage the way we talk to each other. Now, the matter that honorable member for Lunte you have raised, first of all, is an item, is a thing that takes a process. It's a long-term thing. The government is aware, and I do not, of course, people are suffering from the consequences of high cost of living. But if the government does not do anything today, what catastrophe is going to result? I'm not asking you. I'm asking you to answer quietly. I'm not saying you should respond. So in that regard, because there is no measure that can be taken today to stop the high cost of living today, the best honorable member I can advise is, please put in a question, an urgent question, and the matter will be addressed by the honorable minister. But as the matter does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance, so you are free to go and put in a question. It will be addressed. The next one will be from the honorable member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter of urgent public importance I wish to raise is directed to Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, we have an impending disaster at the temporary bridge across the Rwangwa River on the Chama Matumbo Road following heavy rains, which have been experienced in the district. Madam Speaker, the bridge has suffered massive erosions both approaches when you are coming from Chinsali and also coming out of Chama, because this bridge is a temporary bridge and it has outlived its lifespan, or in short, it is on the verge of collapsing. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Chama is almost cut off from Muchinga and the Copper Belt provinces, just to mention but a few. Madam Speaker, I think it is important to realize that Chama has been realigned from Muchinga to Eastern Province. And now we have got 5 wards which are across the Rwangwa River.
Honorable member, just raise your matter of urgent public importance. Do not debate.
Thank you for your guidance. If urgent measures are not taken, we may have a disaster there, because there is no one even controlling how people are crossing on that particular bridge. So the situation is so desperate that anything can happen, especially to motorists and the other road users. So I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The matter that you have raised is important. Of course, we don't want to risk the lives of the people. But Honorable Member for Chama North, is incumbent upon you, when a situation like that arises, to immediately engage the Honorable Minister, Her Honor the Vice President, so that disaster management can go quickly to the area and put in remedial measures. Now, to wait and raise the matter in the House, that does not help your people in Chama North. Please, Honorable Member, do engage and make sure that remedial measures are taken for the benefit of your people. That will be more helpful than raising the matter on the floor. The next one will be the Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, who said he had indicated later.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My matter of urgent public importance is directed at the Minister of Defense. Kaumbwe constituency.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Directed to the Minister of
Defense.
Defense, okay.
Kaumbwe constituency has soldiers specifically from Gonda Barracks. They have a camp which is at the heart, or rather in the built-up area of Mwanjawantu, which is basically Kaumbwe ward. These soldiers have been deployed since 2021, I think around May. And our people, we appreciate government efforts to protect our citizens from internal and external aggression. Of course, bearing in mind that Kaumbwe constituency is a border constituency with Mozambique, and our nearest police is almost 50 kilometers from, this is Petauke Central, in Petauke district. The people, the conduct of these soldiers at our camp leaves much to be desired. Of late, just last week, a rabid dog entered the camp in search of food.
Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, those are now stories.
Well,
can you raise your matter of urgent public importance?
A rabid dog entered the camp, and the soldier tried to kill the dog using the gun.
Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Member. Please, as guided, raise your matter of urgent public importance precisely and to the point. That issue of a rabid dog is now like you are telling us a fairy tale or some story. So we are going to sleep just now because the story is becoming like those bedtime stories. Please come to the point, raise your matter of urgent public importance.
Well, what happened to be a sweet story ended up in a sour story, because the soldier, when he was trying to hit the dog, it hit a 15-year-old boy on the pelvic, and the bullet is stuck And right now, the victim is in the hospital. Also, the conduct of these soldiers, they impose curfew. They impose curfew every day, 9 o'clock.
From what
Well,
you are
my
saying,
point of
order.
yes.
From what you are saying, Honorable Member, I think just put in a question to the Honorable Minister of Defense, because those issues that you are talking about looks like it has been a continuous process of events that have occurred. And for matters of urgent public importance, it must be a matter that of or recent occurrence. So please put in a question, or maybe it's the way you structure your questions. If you talk too much, you bring in too many things, then the matter will automatically be disqualified. We close the issue of matters of urgent public importance. We make progress. I've permitted the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a ministerial statement on 3 matters of urgent public importance raised by honorable members of parliament. The first one was raised by Honorable Christopher Kangombe, Member of Parliament for Kafinsa constituency, regarding violence during Women's and Youth Day celebrations. The second was raised by Honorable Philemon Twasa, Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa constituency, on United Party for National Development cadres threatening violence on Patriotic Front members. The third was raised by Honorable Anthony Kasandwe, Member of Parliament for Bangweru constituency, on perpetrating violence against women and harassing civil servants. Madam Speaker, in the last decade, the nation has witnessed a particularly vicious type of violence that manifests itself each time there are national events. The violence has been perpetrated by people with purely selfish, destructive intentions without a genuine cause. Such people do not mean well for good governance and democracy. They aim to instill fear in the masses for their own ill-intended motives. Such actions, Madam Speaker, stand in stark contrast to the morals and values that we have been chosen to uphold as a nation. Madam Speaker, using violence as a means of achieving one's desires is both impractical and immoral. I am mindful of the fact that violence often brings about momentary results. Political parties have frequently achieved victories using violence. But in spite of temporary victories, violence never brings permanent peace, nor does it solve any socio-economic problems. Violence is immoral because it seeks to humiliate the opponent rather than win their understanding. It seeks to annihilate rather than convert. Violence is moral because it thrives on hatred rather than love. It destroys communities and makes brotherhood impossible. Violence leaves society in a monologue rather than dialogue. Madam Speaker, there is no hope in sight. I repeat, Madam Speaker, sorry for that. There is hope in sight for a violence-free Zambia. The New Dawn administration has clearly signaled its commitment to ending violence, improving governance, and promoting civil rights and freedoms. That has been made clear through our courageous confrontation of the evil vices
under the able leadership of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, who has denounced violence at any given opportunity and taken a tough line on violence in all its forms, regardless of the political affiliation of the perpetrator. The President has directed all law enforcement agencies to be professional in the discharge of their duties in this regard. Madam Speaker, violence never brings permanent peace. The nation, honorable members and leadership of political parties have an opportunity to reflect on the violence we experienced at the hands of cadres from the PF in the past years, including the many ills it brought to peace-loving Zambians. We cannot go on that route. Violence must stop regardless of the affiliation of the perpetrators. As leaders, we have to stop violence in a collective effort. Violence is a vice that should be condemned by all peace-loving Zambians. Let me address the specific incidents raised by the honorable members of Parliament. On 12th March 2023, Madam Speaker, on 12th March 2023, around 12:30 hours, Ndola Police recorded an incident of violence that erupted when suspected members from UPND and Patriotic Front parties who went to participate in Youth Day celebrations clashed at Rickey's Mall along Independence Avenue before the march past commenced. Brief facts are that on 12th March 2023, youths from the different political parties, non-government organizations, and youths from all walks of life gathered at the Senator, located near Adult Education Center in Ndola. As the youths were preparing for the march past, confusion erupted when suspected Patriotic Front members started moving towards suspected UPND members. This resulted in a clash between the suspected youths of the two parties. Police managed to separate the two parties. However, while the police were implementing measures to curb the violence, suspected PF members became more violent and started pelting police officers with assorted objects and blocked President Avenue with the different objects. And no suspects have been arrested so far. Madam Speaker, on the same day around 11 hours in Kitwe District, Usakili Police Station recorded 4 reports of malicious damage to property, in which property whose value has not yet been established was damaged by suspected cadres clad in PF and UPND regalia. The report indicates that the damaged properties included a minimart at Usakili Puma filling station, which had 5 glass panes broken, a silver Nissan X-Trail motor vehicle bearing registration number AID 218M, which had its rear windscreen and left side mirror broken, a gray Toyota Land Cruiser registration number AOB 1113, which had its left side passenger door glass broken, and house number C3110 in Usakili Police Camp, which had 2 glass panes broken. 1 suspect has been arrested and charged for the offense of causing malicious damage to property. Usakili Police Station also recorded 3 other reports of cases injurious to persons, which included 1 case of unlawful wounding in which a female Kalulushi resident sustained a cut on her left arm, after which she was assaulted and wounded by persons she can identify. Investigations have been instituted, and so far, 5 suspects have been arrested. 1 has been charged for the offense of unlawful wounding, while the other 4 have been charged for the offense of assault occasioning actual bodily harm. All the suspects have been released on police bond and will appear in court soon. In another case, Madam Speaker, a female resident of Kaoma Township in Kitwe sustained a broken right leg after falling into a drainage amid the confusion. Her condition has been reported to be stable so far. In the other case, a worker at Puma Energy Filling Station sustained a cut on the upper lip after being hit with a stone by an unknown person. Madam Speaker, brief facts surrounding these reports are that around 10 hours, members from political parties, mainly PF and UPND, gathered at Usakiri roundabout to be part of the Youth Day celebrations. Later, at around 11 hours, a fight ensued between a suspected male PF member and a suspected male UPND sympathizer. The identity of the 2 suspects has not yet been established. The alleged UPND sympathizer was hit The alleged UPND sympathizer was hit on the head with a stone. When this happened, a lot of youths from the 2 parties got involved and confusion arose. The 2 camps started stoning each other, leading to the recorded damage to property and injuries to persons. Madam Speaker, with regard to a video circulating on social media in which a man claiming to be from the UPND has threatened to beat up any PF member attending national events or anyone found wearing PF party regalia on the core belt, the police have opened an inquiry file for proposing violence, and the persons identified in the video have been summoned for questioning. Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, I had warned the people on the right not to shout while an honorable member is on the floor, while the minister is on the floor. Please, the people on the left, honorable members, do not shout exchanges or interject when the honorable minister, while the honorable minister is giving a ministerial statement. Otherwise, you'll be called upon to render your own ministerial statement.
Madam Speaker, let me remind all political players that the democracy that Zambia is enjoying today comes with a high sense of responsibility prescribed in our statutes. It is therefore important that individuals and political parties are peaceful, tolerant to different political opinions, and above all, respect the rule of law. I urge all political players to compete on ideas to contribute towards the development of our country. The new Dawn administration shall not condone violence. Violence breeds violence. We believe that violence is perpetrated by those who harbor hatred. Hatred cannot drive out hatred. Only love can do that. We shall remain morally and practically committed to ending violence. Madam Speaker, government is highly alert to maneuvers by some unscrupulous people with intentions to dent the image of the New Dawn leadership and the UPND as a violent party, especially when there are national events. This should be stopped forthwith. government has noted with great concern the cases of violence that were recorded during the recent Youth Day celebrations and will not fold arms and watch until the perpetrator account for their action. Let me urge the Zambia Police Service to expeditiously bring all those involved to book, regardless of political affiliation. In the same vein, I urge all victims of violence and the general public to report cases of violence to law enforcement officers. Madam Speaker, in order to prevent violence, the Zambia Police Service is implementing measures intended to ensure that violence in all its manner and form comes to an end. Some of these measures include the following. 1. Deploying additional police officers in areas where national events are being celebrated. 2. Enhancing cooperation and understanding among the members of the public, leaders of political parties, as well as their party cadres. 3. Conducting offline and online sensitizations to strengthen youth's resistance to manipulation and violence, and to promote peaceful participation in national events. 4. Reaching out to citizens using traditional media to broadcast peace education messages through public service announcements, drama, and talk programs. 5. Enhancing crowd management control, particularly during national events. 6. Engaging stakeholders on the importance of unity, regardless of political, religious, and ethnic grouping, to avoid loss of life and damage to property. And 7. Sensitizing the general public on the importance of upholding law and order. And 8, but not the least, enhanced intelligence gathering. Madam Speaker, let me warn all those perpetrating violence, specifically political party cadres, that they are not an exception to the provisions of the law. Perpetrators of violence will be dealt with regardless of political affiliation. Let me assure the nation, Madam Speaker, through this August House, that the new Dawn administration is anchored on the rule of law and will effectively manage the affairs of the nation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we ask the questions, Honorable Member for Feira, I don't know what prompted you to stand up and attempt to raise a point of order. You were therefore, by that conduct, you were in breach of Standing Order 132(2)(I), which specifically states that a member shall not raise a point of order when a minister is delivering a ministerial statement on the floor of the House. So I don't know, Honorable Member, whether you are aware of that standing order, that requirement, but you were definitely in a breach. Please desist from doing such acts next time, because you were definitely out of order. Now we can proceed to questions. You can ask questions on the points of clarifications on the ministerial statement that has been rendered by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by acknowledging the statement made by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, seated where I was seated and listening to your language, I don't know how many times I made those statements on this floor. You think so?
Again, honorable members, remember what I said. Do not debate while seated, otherwise you'll be asked to debate on a point that you have not prepared yourself. Can we desist from that conduct? Honorable Member for Shuangan, proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I want to say that for us, public service is very important, and where we need to be sincere and open, we have to. Madam Speaker, I was just saying, listen to the language. I don't know how many times I made those statements. And I want the Honorable Minister to appreciate that, yes, indeed, he has got a very difficult task ahead of him. Minister, those instances you have referred to are not the only ones. You had your counterpart, the cabinet minister, community development, whose office was stormed into by cadres. A few days ago, cadres also constituted themselves into a board, threatening the board for ZNBC.
Order. Honorable Member for Shwangandu. Let's restrict ourselves to the questions because they rose out of a matter of urgent public importance that was raised, and it was referring to 3 instances. Let's not open up the issue because I know this issue of violence and what have you, you'll be accusing, one side will be accusing the other, and another side will be accusing the other side. I would rather each person stands on the floor of the house and says, as ourselves as a party, this is what we are going to do to ensure that violence is gotten rid of. So that's what I expect to hear from members. Honorable Member for Chuangan, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your counsel, and this is why I'm trying to make sure that the Honorable Minister gets my thinking. And to be sincere, Madam Speaker, if there's an area I thought I should have done more, it's in this area. And that's why I can't use blame game, because it's a matter that requires concerted effort to deal with. Honorable Minister, what are you doing to ensure that our officers, because even listen to that language, our officers who gave the reports that culminated into this statement are being conscious in the way they want to project the event. What efforts are you putting in place in order to ensure that these officers can work without looking at the back? And I'm saying this because I know these are people that I've worked with for more than 8 years. What measures What pragmatic measures, Honorable Minister, are you going to put in place to ensure that these officers we have are able to discharge their functions without being conscious of what's going to happen to them when they act decisively on these issues of violence? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague, Honorable Kamchongo, Member of Parliament for Shwangandu, for the question you have raised on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the nation that as the new Dawn administration, we have made a commitment that anyone who transgresses is on their own. And we have, on several occasions, Madam Speaker, at several fora, where I have addressed members of the Zambia Police Service and other wings, I've assured them that I'll be there to defend them if they behave professionally. That assurance has been made. If officers do not want to behave professionally and discharge their duties in the interest of the nation, then they are not with us. We have given that assurance. The nation knows, Madam Speaker, that we are one of the rare political parties in this country who have arrested their own members, and our members are serving sentences in our correctional facilities because of violence. We do not condone violence. On several occasions, even the President, who is the Commander-in-Chief, has made it very specific that anyone who involves himself in criminality, they are on their own. I also want to state, Madam Speaker, that cadres also mutate like COVID. Today they're in one political party where they are violent, they move and join another political party. And they continue with that trend. It is the responsibility of us leaders to ensure that our cadres conform to the norms and traditions of political parties of not being violent. It is our responsibility. And in a number of occasions, it's us leaders who incite our youth to become violent. If ourselves as leaders on several occasions stand at public forums to denounce violence, our cadres will not be violent. I can assure you, Honorable Member of Parliament, that we are up to the task. Anyone in our political party or any other political party who is found wanting will be held accountable.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Madam Speaker, I made a mistake. I pressed on his, it's me.
That now brings in a serious situation. How did you find yourself using, can you stop the clock? How did the Honorable Member for Ron found himself using the e-chamber for the Honorable Member of Mpika?
Madam Speaker, as I've said, my apologies. Is my neighbor just next to me here, and I thought I was right at my gadget.
Thou shalt not touch your neighbor's gadget. Okay. So, Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your tolerance and your guidance. Indeed, thou shalt not touch thy neighbor's properties next time. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your statement. But I want to express my sincere fear, Honorable Minister, that indeed I was in Kitwe and I was in the presidential motorcade when that fracas opened, and the president, the Republican president, was almost caught in that fracas. I am aware that you have mentioned in the remedial measures that you have mentioned that in going forward, you are going to deploy enough officers. What happened on that day, Honorable Minister, where no single officer was deployed, especially at Usakri roundabout, where when the president was actually passing, we found a lot of stones in the road. What happened for your ministry not to take care of that very, very serious component, Honorable Minister? I thank you.
That, I don't know if that matter arises from the three matters of urgent public importance that were raised, or it's a fresh matter that the Honorable Member is... maybe the Honorable Minister can indicate.
Madam Speaker, I did indicate that in future, whenever we have activities of a national nature, we shall ensure that we deploy enough security to protect members of the public and those who are presiding.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, allow me first of all to thank the Minister of Home Affairs for preparing that ministerial statement, which was based on an urgent matter which I raised last week. Madam Speaker, I was listening very attentively once again to the statement by the Minister. And even as I stand here, Madam Speaker, I did not raise that matter because I wanted it to be an academic issue, because I want us to find a solution to a real problem that we have. My follow-up question to the Minister. Minister of Home Affairs, you are aware that government of the Republic of Zambia installed surveillance cameras in quite a number of places. There in Kitwe, we have surveillance cameras at Usakile roundabout, and those surveillance cameras, Madam Speaker, have got a very huge coverage. They'll show you what happened to the left. The cameras will show you what happened to the right. The cameras will show you exactly what happened around that radius. My question to the Minister, and I'm raising an issue of professionalism by our officers from Zambia Police. Minister, have you requested Zambia Police Service to provide you with footage which is recorded by Zambia police to help you have a real picture of what happened. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue that requires all of us to be very honest with what happened there. I was present, and I know that the video footage will help government find a solution. So my question to the Minister, Honorable Minister, and I hold you in very high esteem, have you had time to look at the video footage at Usakile roundabout, which will show you what happened on that particular day? That is my first follow-up question, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we generate a report as the one I'm delivering to this House, we use many sources of intelligence information, including the video cameras my colleague has indicated. I will not want to say what was happening exactly on that day, because he would be a part of the debate. He was at Usakile, as he said, where there was violence. So I wouldn't want to delve into that. But what I can assure you, my dear Honorable Member of Parliament, the assurance is that the violence that occurred on Youth Day and Women's Day are isolated incidences. The rest of the country, unlike how it was in the past, witnessed peaceful youth celebrations. That is a fact. It has never happened in the last 10 years. We condemn the violence that took place in Kitwe and Dola. We don't condone it. We don't condone it. And we shall ensure that those who are found culpable will be brought to book.
Thank you. Let's listen to some feminine voices. Honorable Member for Kalulush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, when you were delivering your statement, in the beginning, we were having a lot of hope. Indeed, a lot of hope. I want to draw you to the Youth Day. Madam Speaker, directive was given by government that the youths of Kalulushi will not participate in Youth Day in Kalulushi, but in Kitwe. And maybe just a brief background. I've been in the district for the last 10 years.
Honorable Member for Kalulush, just ask a point of clarification. Don't debate.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, we've never ever recorded any form of violence with our youths in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years. You would not know because you never attended national events, so you will not know. In the last 10 years, you have not attended national events.
Order, order. Can we have order? Can we have order?
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, ask your point of clarification.
The question, the youths in question that the Minister has mentioned were not even there. And what is surprising, in case the Minister, according to the report, is not aware, those youths were picked up by UPND cadres. UPND cadres who had handcuffs door to door. The police from Uzakile did not come to Kalulushi. Those were
Honorable Member for Kalulushi, you are now giving evidence. Can you ask a point of clarification?
Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to help the Minister because I believe he's a good minister. We have a lot of confidence in him.
Order, 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 order. Order, Honorable Members. You help him outside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have all the confidence in the Minister, and knowing the Minister for the last 6-7 years that I've known him, he's equal to the task. Minister, are you aware that those youths you've just mentioned from Kalulushi were not picked up by police officers, but were picked up by the UPND district and constituency officials from Kalulushi who were carrying handcuffs? Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I'll be failing in my duties if I don't respond to the statements that have been made by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalulushi. Madam Speaker, she made a statement to the fact that in the last 10 years, during Youth Day, Women's Day, there has never been any violence. That's what she has said.
Order. Can we have order, honorable members? Can we have order? No. Otherwise, I'll close this session. We proceed to the next one. Can we allow the minister to answer?
With due respect, Madam Speaker, she did not talk about Kalushi. She was saying in the last 10 years. The record, no.
No, I was listening. She said in Kalulushi.
If that is the case, Madam Speaker, I retract my statement, but I would like to state that she was saying she was having hope as I was addressing, but she lost hope in due course because of the violence that occurred throughout the country. Madam Speaker, I want to state, without fear of any contradiction, that the most violent era in the history of this country was from the time PF took over and the time they lost the election. That was the most violent. Madam Speaker, just to give you one example of heinous crimes that were committed by PF cadres, at the Freedom Statue here in Lusaka, where the then Vice President of the Republic was presiding, one of our members, a lady, was raped there at the statue there.
Order,
while
order,
everyone
order,
was watching.
order,
And there's a
honorable
record
members.
of that.
Let's not go back to that. It will just invoke some injury and what. Let's try to be to coexist peacefully with each other and bury the past. The past will not help us.
I hear you, madam. But sometimes history heals the present and the future. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that my colleague gave evidence here that the youths who were charged by the police are from her constituency and they are PF. I didn't mention Kalurush. I just mentioned, no. I mentioned that the 4 who were apprehended in Usakili. I didn't mention Kalurushi. You are the one who was, brought that evidence.
From what I was hearing, the Honorable Minister mentioned Usakili.
Yes.
In his statement. There was no mention
There
of
was no mention of Kalurushi. I can repeat my statement. Can I repeat with your permission? Madam Speaker, this is what I said. And it's on record. Usakili Police Station also recorded 3 other reports of cases of injuries to persons, which include 1 case of unlawful wounding in which a female Kalurushi resident, not those who were arrested, but a resident, yes, sustained a cut on her left arm after she was assaulted and wounded by persons whom she can identify. Investigations have been instituted, and so far, 5 subjects have been arrested. 1 has been charged for the offense of unlawful wounding, while the other 4 have been charged for the offense of assault, occasioning actual bodily harm. I did not mention that they are her members coming from Kalurushi.
Please, order, honorable member.
I never mentioned that.
Order, order, order. Really, is that the way we should proceed? Is that the way we should proceed,
So, Madam
honorable
Speaker,
members?
I'm happy to note that those are her members who were arrested. She says they were arrested by UPND. Madam Speaker.
Okay, I think this.
I'll rest my case on this one.
Thank you, Honorable
She has
Minister.
given evidence which the nation has heard.
Because of what I see, we are heading into some acrimony of some sort. We are going to make progress and move to the next item to avoid acrimony because it's not helping us. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member from Kaika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 215.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member from Kaika, Honorable Peter Piri, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions, two questions. A, whether the government has any plans to upgrade Chanida border in Katete district to a one-stop border post. And B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. Government has plans to upgrade the Chanida border to a one-stop border post in Katete district of Eastern Province. The plans will be undertaken by government once an agreement to establish a one-stop border post at Chanida with the government of the Republic of Mozambique is agreed upon. Madam Speaker, for now, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member from Kaika, do you have any?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and Minister. Thank you so much for your response. I don't know, you didn't state the time, Minister. When do we think we can have that one border post? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable members, can we be quiet? There's a lot of talking. We need to follow up the questions and the answers.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for the follow-up question. I think in answering his follow-up question where he's asking for a specific time, let me give a bit more information. And not just limit it to the border post, the one-stop border post. Government right now is considering giving a public-private partnership concession to a concessionaire for the Katete to Chanida Road, which is about 55 kilometers, and a border post as part of that, plus associated infrastructure around Chanida. The PPP Council has identified a qualifying concessionaire, and negotiations will start very soon, the next few days, that will lead to an agreement for that concessionaire to have the concession over the border post as well as Katete Chanida Road. So I would ask that the Honorable Member takes keen interest in what we do, but we are confident that within this year, work on both the road and the border post will start within this year, as well as the infrastructure around the border post. With regard to the one-stop border post, if you talk about it as a one-stop border post. The reason we have answered in the manner that we have done is to establish a one-stop border post. You need the agreement of the other country because of the arrangement of a one-stop border post. But certainly, for the border post at Janida, that will be upgraded. And whilst we're having those discussions, if we're able also to complete discussions with Mozambique, then it can be turned into a one-stop border post. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just permit me that I will need the two political parties here to come for lessons on violence so that I can assist them out to end violences. But Minister of Infrastructure, the Chanida border from Katete to Chanida, as you have alluded to, the road is very bad. And you agree with me that about 100 kilometers into Mozambique, it's also turning into a nightmare. My question is, as you have promised that you are going to work on our Chanida border this year, can you please tell the people of Zambia, because that's a national asset, can you tell the people of Zambia in which quarter do you think we can start this national asset project? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, the sequence of events is like this. Very, very shortly, our negotiating teams, because the evaluation is complete, there is one qualifying bidder. The next stage is to carry out the negotiations that will result in that particular bidder being given a concession. And after that, the law demands that we give time to the concessionaire to reach financial close. The period given for that is about 6 months. But if they can reach it sooner than that, then they begin the work. I think that's a process that the law allows us to follow. We can't do it much faster than that. So when you add those periods of time, it's possible that financial closure can be reached within this year and the work can start. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chadiza. The last one will be Honorable Member for Mwembeji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, for government to market this infrastructure, you need to conduct a feasibility study. Honorable Minister, people of Chadiza would want to know if this very important activity was conducted, because it's in this document that we benefit analysis. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, it's a question of, do we want the work to be done on the roads and the border post? And if we want it to be done, at what speed we need it done? We have ascertained that there are two ways of awarding concession under the PPP. The first one is what we call a solicited bid. A solicited bid means that government undertakes the feasibility study, which the Honorable Member for Chadiza is talking about, which takes time. Or the unsolicited bid. This shifts the responsibility to the potential concessionaire. And when they come to us and say, we have done what we have done, we think it's a good project, here are our offers and so on. These are the conditions that we take to our negotiating team, and on the basis of that, we have found that that quickens the process. The road from Katete to Chanida is in very bad condition. we found it like that. So in an effort to quicken the process, we as government decided to opt for the unsolicited bid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Mwembeji will be the last one. Solwezi East, you have indicated a bit late.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I'm seated here very surprised at what you are talking about. Because for the first 5 years when I've been in this parliament, people said that in such areas like Chadiza, that road, there's massive development, roads are done, and everyone is happy. We are waiting for our road to be done in Mwembeshi, where there was no massive development. You are talking about Chadiza, where there was massive development. What happened? Are you saying that those roads are not worked upon, Minister? Is that what you are telling the people of Zambia? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have traversed the length and breadth of this country, examining roads. That massive infrastructure development talked about in certain parts of our country is not visible. And this is confirmed by the fact that we have a lot more questions coming out of those areas with regard to roads. Some of the contracts that were given, we cannot, I can mention province by province, especially those where we are supposed to have unprecedented development. And I can mention where roads are needed, province by province. I don't think it is necessary. Suffice to say, the honorable member from Mbeshi, we haven't seen it. It would have been easier for us to say that because on the floor of this house, people said, yes, we have done this, we have done that, to say now we shall take this development on roads to the other areas where there wasn't. But we are a responsible government. The New Dawn government is a responsible government. We look at the whole country as one. And that is why, where it is possible, such as on the Katete, Chanida, and the border post, where we can do a PPP, we encourage and we process it as quickly as we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 216.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Thank the honourable member for that question. The honourable member for Kanchivia, Honourable Sandy Chanda, is asking the Minister of Energy 3 questions. The first one is, when government will electrify the Kabinga chiefdom in Kanchivia parliamentary constituency? B, what the estimated cost of the project is? And C, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is. Madam Speaker, we answer as follows. A, according to the Rural Electrification Master Plan, the electrification of Kavinga Chiefdom in Kanchivia parliamentary constituency was earmarked for 2019. However, due to limited funds, the project was not undertaken. A revised scope of the project was undertaken, and Kavinga Chiefdom will be electrified as part of a bigger project targeting the electrification of public institutions in Kanchivia parliamentary constituency. This project will be phased over a period of 3 years and is expected to commence in 2024. B,
The estimated cost of electrifying Kavinga Chiefdom is 20,012,348 kwacha 5 ngwe. C, as indicated earlier, the electrification of the Chiefdom will be done as part of a phased project that is expected to take 3 years, starting 2024. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that procurement processes have already been initiated and they will be completed in August 2023. The first phase will involve electrification of Mutwe, Walupa, which targets the electrification of the following areas: Mutwe, Walupa village. Oh, Mutwe, Walupa. Walupa. Spoon village, Parish House Community, Mulenga Rural Health Center, Mulonga Market, Mulonga Combined School. This phase will involve construction of 4.055 kilometers high tension overhead line and 5.656 kilometers of a medium voltage network. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much, and allow me to say thank you to the Minister of, the Acting Minister of Energy. Madam Speaker, the area we're talking about is one of the 4 chiefdoms in Kanchivia constituency. Kanchivia has Senior Chief Kopa, Chief Kavinga, Chief Mpepo, Chief Luchembe. The only chiefdom without electricity or access to electricity is the Kavinga chiefdom, which also borders with Luapula province and Chilubi district on the other side. The question, I think the first question, Madam Speaker, I would ask is whether the electrification of Kavinga chiefdom will be solely hydroelectric generated power, or government or RIA will consider an energy mix, considering that the area is also has a lot of potential in terms of hydro, but also solar potential. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, first of all, determine the question that is asking whether it is solar or conventional hydro from the national grid. The authority, that's the Rural Electrification Authority, visited Chief Kavinga's chiefdom in the month of July 2020 to re-establish the scope of works and the cost of electrifying the chiefdom. Electrification of Chief Kavinga's palace will involve, and that is now the answer to his question, it will involve tapping off power from the existing 33 kV overhead line at Jalavesa Mission, constructing of 52.6 kilometers of a 33 kV overhead line, construction of 16.025 kilometers of a 400 volt overhead line, and the installation of 8 transformers. Quite clearly, that is an indication that that particular power for the electrification of Chief Kavinga's place, or chiefdom, is from the national grid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from the Minister, since the electrification of Kavinga Chiefdom, looking at the area of Kavinga Chiefdom and the places it covers, is likely to be tapped from the national grid. Is government considering using the marine cables, looking at it that some of the areas of Kavinga may need that particular technology?
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Whatever is required will be used. The main issue is the chiefdom will be electrified, and when it is electrified, the main beneficiaries for beneficiary load centers of the project will include Chalavesa Day Secondary School, Muntu Watuka Primary School, Kawama Primary School and Rural Health Center, Kavinga and Zawa Camp, Kavinga Rural Health Center, Chief Kavinga's Palace himself, Kavinga Primary School, Kalulu Primary School and Secondary Schools, and the surrounding communities. So whether it is marine cable or not, whatever is required to undertake this work will be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Kanchiria.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Honorable Minister, the people of Kanchiria would want to take your word as your bond. The people of Kanchiria would want to take your word as your bond. And so that is to ask for the minister to confirm that as we go back, as the people of Kanchiria are listening to this, to your responses, Honorable Minister, can they expect that come 2024, these works will start? And in asking that question, I want to thank you in advance for this particular work. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, this is exactly what I've said. This work will start in 2024. The concern really, maybe I should not widen it to be too much of a bonus. Thank you. It will start in 2024.
Thank you. The clerk will now read the orders of the day.
The National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, second reading.
Can we maintain some order? The Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Cool it. Madam Speaker, I rise to present the policy statement on the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill number 1 of 2023. The objects of the bill are to provide for, 1, members to access a pre-retirement benefit, and 2, matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. This bill, Madam Speaker, is the New Dawn government's fulfillment of the promise made to the Zambian people to reform pension systems and allow them to have access that they've never had before in the previous regimes to access their pension contributions. This is to enable our citizens to engage in various economic activities when they still have the energy. When the bill is enacted, Madam Speaker, the members of the National Pension Scheme will have access to 20% of their contributions. Members of the scheme will be eligible for this benefit if they have a minimum of 60 months worth of contributions or have attained a minimum age of 45 years. Madam Speaker, The process of development of the bill has been consultative. The tripartite Consultative Labour Council, TCLC, was consulted in line with the spirit of tripartism in the labour market. The TCLC consists of the trade unions, employers, and government institutions. Further, civil society organizations, academia, and pension houses were also consulted. Madam Speaker, through the consultative process, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security received submissions mainly bordering on the sustainability of the scheme. I wish to assure the nation, Madam Speaker, that the pension scheme will remain sustainable after the implementation of the one-off pre-retirement benefit. Currently, the total fund size of the scheme stands at 66.9 billion kwacha, while the payouts are expected to be 8.9 billion kwacha, or 13.3% of the total fund value. Further, this proposal has been subjected to actuarial analysis, which has shown that the scheme remains sustainable with the proposed measure. Madam Speaker, allow me to address the issue of expected payouts under this proposal. The member contributions will be indexed and the interest added. This means that the nominal balances that members see on their statements will be adjusted when calculating the payouts. Based on the current levels of contributions, the minimum expected payouts will average 5,000 kwacha, with the maximum being around 160,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, the citizens of this country have made it clear that they want to access part of their pension contributions, and this bill speaks to the realization of the citizens' desires and expectations. As a listening government, Madam Speaker, this will enable our members, by putting this bill in place, this law in place, by amending the law, the members will be able to invest in different enterprises or financial instruments. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank your committee that scrutinized the bill for their work. With these remarks, I wish to state that this is a progressive bill, Madam Speaker, and I urge all members of the House to support the people's wishes. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. There was an indication, Honorable Member for Shuangandu, you wanted to raise a point of order. What was the point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The point of order I wanted to raise was procedural on the Honorable Minister who had started.
Unfortunately, there is no procedure or points of order. That cannot, there is no provision for raising orders of procedure.
Madam Speaker, these points of orders that are premised on standard practice. We have not codified all our practices in the standing orders, and you as presiding officers must understand that they are standard practices that are premised on the way we conduct business on the floor of this August House. So we need to keep our colleagues in the executive on check.
What's the order of point of order?
Madam Speaker, the point of order I was trying to raise was, first of all, the Honorable Minister who decided to stay out of the House knowing that she has got very serious business on the floor of the House. Don't trivialize. And then she started by referring to contents that were not in, because we have all read the reports and the texts that are given to your committee. She started politicizing by saying now the bill is going to provide for what was not provided for the previous regime. Was she in order, Madam Speaker, to politicize a motion such as this one? I beg for serious ruling. I think people need to learn. You should learn. That's why you are not learning. These are serious procedural matters, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, can we have some order? and re-wait for, as the time is now 6:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Well, thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes healthy break. Under the time business was suspended, it was Mr. Stephen Kampyongo who has just rose on a point of order, and the House was considering the bill, the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, and the Minister of Labour and Social Security has just finished giving a policy statement. So when business resumes, the House will continue considering this bill, and Madam Speaker will be making a ruling on the point of order which was raised by Mr. Kampyongo Stephen. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30. Madam Speaker did make an announcement, and she did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery the following members of the National Council of Namibia Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. I'll be able to share with you the details of the names of members that visited this country. And Madam Speaker did render two rulings, and the first one was the ruling by the Honourable Madam Speaker on a point of order raised by Mr. M.F. Fube, Member of Parliament for Chilobi constituency, against Mr. R.M. Chavinga, Member of Parliament for Mafinga constituency, for allegedly being absent from sitting of the House. And the other ruling that Madam Speaker made, and this ruling was on a point of order raised on Friday 10th March 2023 by Mr. R.S.C. Mutale, Member of Parliament for Chitambo constituency, against Honorable C. Mulenga, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, for allegedly raising the United Party for National Development Party symbol in the House. And the details of that ruling will be coming a little later. She did permit the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the violence recorded during youth and women celebrations, allegedly perpetrated by suspected United Party for National Development cadres. So that's what has been considered on the floor of the House, and plus 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 74. For now, we'll take a break, and we'll be right back and give you the details of what has been considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
My full name is Sipo Lazo. I was born on the 11th of April 1986 here in Lusaka. I'm 36 years old, and I'm married. I've been married for the past 10 years to my beautiful wife Natalie, and we've got 3 beautiful children between us. We've got 3 sons to be specific. I did my education here in Osaka from grade 1. My primary education, I did it at Lake Road School, grade 1 to grade 7. Then after that, I went to Mukushi Chengelo School, where I went to complete my grade 12. I did my grade 8 to grade 12 there. Later from there, I then went to South Africa for my A-levels and pursue my studies in development studies. After that was in 2004. I came back in 2007, where I joined my elder brother who was running a family business which is in construction. And then for 2 years, up to 2009, I decided to branch off and register my own business. That is where I did some training in road marking, and then I opened my own business still today, which I'm still doing. I run a business that is specialized in painting of roads, road furniture, and now we've even moved out to start doing feeder roads. So this is what we've been doing. I've grown up in Chilanga constituency in Lusaka West, to be specific. I've lived there for the past 22 years now. You know, Chilanga constituency is a vast constituency, I must say. It's big. Its population is estimated at about maybe 150,000 people or so. And you see, it's got 12 wards. Chilanga boundaries with Matero, Kanyama, Mwembeshi, Kafyue, Chawama, you know, those constituencies, and Katuba also. You see, it's one of the biggest constituencies actually in Lusaka. Some of these constituencies like Lusaka Central, Matero, in terms of size, they are as big as maybe one ward, Mwembeshi ward, Chinyanja ward, or Chilongolo ward. Those wards are actually bigger than some of the constituencies here in Lusaka. But you see, some of the challenges the constituency is facing are the issues to do with roads and water, and also the schools. You know, the population has really grown, so we actually need more schools now. We need more schools. We need to better the roads and the water. Also, we need more boreholes. More people need access to clean water. You see, Chilanga, I must say, also is one of the richest constituencies in the country, not only Lusaka, because you see it houses a lot of industries. There's been a lot of growth the past few years. You see a lot of industries are coming up in Chilanga. To name a few, we have Marco Polo Towers. We've got the newly launched United Capital Fertilizer Plant, which is the first manufacturing plant that manufactures fertilizer in the country. And then you've also got the old companies like Chilanga Cement, you know, those companies. Then some of the government facilities that are in Chilanga, you have Mount Makulu Research, you know, you've got Mundawanga, you've got the Department of Fisheries that is housed in Chilanga, you've got Department of National Parks and Wildlife, which is also in Chilanga. So you see, Chilanga is a special constituency, I must say. You see, right now we actually have come up with a strategic development plan, which we were working on for the past about 4 or 5 months. There's just some information, one piece of information that we're waiting on, and we're actually going to launch it. You see, we want to bring development in phases. You see, our priorities right now are the issues of the roads and the water, and also the schools. We want to build more schools. You see, there are a lot of children in the constituency, but you know, there are few schools. So we only have one boarding school in the constituency. So we're trying to push to see that next year, 2023, we can have another boarding school, which is the Lusaka West boarding school, which is housed in the L85 barrack in Lusaka West, that it can open, and then we can have more children in boarding schools. Kalundu Primary, we want to become, you know, a secondary and primary school also. And then you've got the Lusaka West BB school also. We've got Mwembeshi schools. We've got schools all over. Then you see Chilanga also is one district that lacks in terms of health facilities. We don't even have a district hospital. So we are trying to push, you know, using the Ministry of Health actually, because we've got the land where we can construct a district hospital. So we are hoping and praying that, you know, within maybe next year's budget, we can be, you know, at least be given a district hospital, because the land is there in Mount Makulu, just off somewhere opposite Chilanga Cement. So that is there. We also need to expand on some of these health facilities. You know, the populations now are big in the wards. What we actually need to do is to build more. We don't have any mortuary. Let me actually also mention this in the constituency. So some of these health facilities, what we'll actually need to do is build mortuaries, because you find people from as far as Mwembeshi have to go to either Kanyama or come to UTH. So these are some of the things that we intend to do. In terms of roads, you know, for the first allocation of our CDF, we've actually prioritized, because like I mentioned, some of the things that our priorities are the roads. So we've actually approved to procure 2 graders for now, whilst we also push central government. You see, there are some roads that we also need to prioritize. In my mandate now, the next 4 years, what I would want to see is there are 2 roads, especially the Makeni Turnoff Road that goes to Makeni Konga. Those roads need to be done. They've never, from the time since independence, that road has never been considered, and we want that road to be considered. We've got roads in Mwembeshi, we have roads in Mundengwa, we've got in Mount Makulu. There's one stretch and it's only 1 kilometer the Linda, in Linda, we also need to work on that road. So these are some of the things. You see, Chilanga is actually in Lusaka, but you find some areas also don't have network. So we are working, we've actually written, and ZICTA has actually responded to us, and they've told us that next year, 2023, they are going to consider us with some towers. We've got places like in Mwembeshi, in Mundengwa, in Nakachenje, you know, Kacheta area. Places like that actually don't have network, but they've agreed to, you know, connect us. We are also working with, you know, hand in hand with RIA, because there are areas actually that are not connected to the grid, you know, they don't have electricity. So RIA also are going to consider us, and we are going to connect electricity to the areas. You've got one word, which is not Namalombwe ward. In Namalombwe ward, the population is very big, you know, but the people, which now I'm a happy member of parliament, because you see, these people didn't have titles to their properties. But this year, the Ministry of Lands started to give the people the titles, and which means now it's easier, it is much easier to bring social amenities to the people in that area. Things like the roads, the water, electricity, those things are going to be done for the people in Chilanga. I just want to encourage the people of Chilanga that, you see, this development cannot only be brought by myself. We need to work together. We are a team. I am simply their representative. I am not their boss. And this is what I always say to the people. Let us work together, and then you see what I must say is that, you see, the past MPs were not as fortunate as myself, because look at now, I'm a very fortunate member of parliament, because look at in terms of CDF, what we have been given as members of parliament this time. So this time around, Chilanga is going to see big, massive development, I must say. From between now and 2026, the people, we are going to be able to point and say, this is what the UPND government, the area member of parliament, the council chairperson, and the 12 councillors we have brought to Chilanga. This, I must assure the people of Chilanga that they will be happy people by the end of our term.
Honorable Chala Paul, Member of Parliament for Chipiri constituency, Chipiri district in Luapula province. I'm married, I was born in 1964. I have children, they are 8. Yeah, some of them, they are independent. I have one who is working in mines in Mfulira. He's an electrical engineer, she's a girl. I have another one who has done economics. He's also working somewhere, but I still have my children who are going to school. The school background is I completed my secondary school at Sanfia Secondary School in Wapura province. Then I joined Roads RD. That time it was Roads Department. And I went to NIPA, where I studied law. So I have a diploma in law from NIPA, base guide. Then from there I continued working in Roads Department. I resigned. Then I went into private business. From there, they created road development agents. Then I joined on RDA on contracts. Yeah, so I've been working there in roads RDA as I was a web bridge supervisor, manager. From there I was promoted to web bridge inspector of northern part of Zambia. my constituency has a population roughly 36,000 people who are there. You know, my constituency is a plateau. Okay, so the activities there is just farming, but of late, that's where now you can find manganese. The area is very rich in manganese, and there is one of the biggest mines which is coming up. I'm sure within this month the president is going to go there to open officially that mine. So there are a lot of activities that is going on manganese. Although most of these people who are mining, we are calling them illegal miners because they have not yet been given the licenses. Yeah. Apart from mining, people depends on farming. Basically, that's what I can say about my constituents. My development agenda in PD firstly, you know, it was a new district which was created recently. The first priority that I want to be done is the construction of district hospital. This is very, very cardinal. It's very important because my people are facing a lot of problems in accessing such a facility whenever they want to be attended to. They have to be traveling all the way from Chipiri to Mansa Central Hospital. So I'm trying to push the government to ensure that Chipiri Hospital, district hospital, is constructed. The other issue I want to engage, that I've already engaged the government, is to construct the skills training center. So because of these CDF funds, we have a lot of challenges where we are sending our boys and men to these skill training institutions. You can imagine all people in Wapula, they are only flocking to two training institutions, which is not enough. So most of these our people are being sent away because of lack of space. So we are trying to urge the government to ensure that in my area, I think to help.
Well, thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House is still on the 20 minutes healthy break, and at the time business was interrupted for that healthy break, the House was considering the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, and this is Mr. Stephen Kampyongo, just rose on a point of order and just concluded raising a point of order, and so when business resumes, Madam Speaker will be able to make a ruling on that point of order. And what else has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30? Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the following members of the National Council of Namibia, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and staff from the Parliament of Namibia, Honorable Elder Felipe MP, who is Vice Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Nicodemus Mutinga MP, Honorable Paulus Mbangu MP, Honorable Richard Gosibe MP, Honorable Jerome Osebe MP, Ms. Dorothy Friesman, Deputy Director, Mr. Emmanuel Kopa, Deputy Director, and Mr. Brian Riruko, Parliamentary Clerk. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did welcome the distinguished guest to the National Assembly of Zambia. Shortly, business resumes. And still to come are the three bills: the Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, and the Rural Rectification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023. All these bills are coming at second stage. At the time business was interrupted, the House was considering the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, and Mr. Stephen Kampyongo just finished raising a point of order. So keep watching Parliament Television.
Madam Speaker.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the second reading stage of the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, and the Honorable Member for Shuangandu had just finished raising a point of order on the Minister of Labour and Social Security. I now proceed to rule on the point of order. Honorable Member for Shuangandu has raised a concern that the Honorable Minister, as she was rendering a policy statement on the amendment bill, she stated that she was politicking by saying that this was not obtainable in the past regime. Honorable Member for Shuangandu, the fact that there is an amendment that confirms that the status quo did not happen, this is a new act that has been done in accordance with the manifesto of the UPND. So I find that the Honorable Minister was not out of order. As to why she was not there, I think there was I observed that she was around, but maybe there was something that she had to do bordering on the core of nature. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee of National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters, the Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill number 1 of 2023, laid on the floor of the House on 21st March 2023. Madam Speaker, the committee considered the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill number 1 of 2023 in line with its terms and references. Madam, I wish to state from the outset that the pension schemes ensure income security for people that may potentially be vulnerable due to loss of income resulting from old age. Changing local and global economic and social contexts may require the pension houses consider opportunities available for them to add value to their members while maintaining their core functions of assuring social security of members in their old age. The National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill number 1 of 2023 was supported by some witnesses. Committee interviewed stating that it was a progressive amendment. The committee was of the view that in spite of this support, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security must exercise care in its implementation to ensure that the identified risks do not crystallize. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the issues which the committee came across in the process of considering the bill. The committee notes that the bill recognizes that a member who accesses 20% of the benefits will have the final benefits payout reduced. In this regard, the committee recommends that the beneficiaries of the pre-retirement lump sum benefits are provided with financial literacy, as the investment of these funds is essential to their old age protection. Further, for the beneficiaries to invest their pre-retirement benefits, government must provide an economic environment which creates investment opportunities. The committee was informed that there was a risk associated with early withdrawals, which might have impact on the financial sector, the treasury, and the scheme. Some witnesses contended that early withdrawals would entail pulling out of funds from existing investments for the purposes of meeting payouts to qualifying members. In order to address this weakness, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security ensures that NAPSA manages the partial withdrawals properly. Madam Speaker, the committee was informed that one eligibility criteria to access the 20% pre-retirement lump sum benefit was that a member should have attained the age of 45 years. The committee observes that although the general effect of this provision is easily discernible, this option could be problematic in practice unless qualified by further conditions. In the light of this, the committee recommends that for NAPSA to consider deleting this criteria and use the minimum 60 monthly contribution criteria. This is to avoid a situation where a member who, despite having met the age requirement, has made very few monthly contributions, that would not allow them to acquire adequate financial resources for purposes of investment. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to render my sincere gratitude to you, the clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia and his staff, for the guidance and support rendered to the committee throughout its deliberations. I also wish to thank all stakeholders who participated in the consideration of the bill. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? Maybe we can have three debaters. Start with the Honorable Member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity given to the people of Kafue to make some comments on the committee's report. First of all, I would like to commend the committee and appreciate their support, for the bill. Of course, noting also a few concerns that they have raised, but which I think are manageable. When basically they are just giving counsel to the would-be beneficiaries that they need financial literacy before they can handle these funds. In fact, this literacy is needed even by the current, beneficiaries who are drawing these funds at the terminal end of their service. It is a good idea
Madam Speaker, because at the age of 45, and provided you have met this requirement of 60 months contributions, you are still energetic enough, in fact, to be able to invest, this money and apply it to good use yourself, rather than wait until you are old and probably not even in a position. In fact, we have a number of these potential beneficiaries leave their funds before they even, access them. It's good now that we have the new Dawn government that has shown us that it indeed cares, for its people. And I'm sure I'm also in order when I joined the minister, in saying that these are the reforms that the new Dawn government has come up with, that are meant to look after its retirees who would have put in all their best during their work, career. So the people of Kafue look forward, Madam Speaker, to this thing to come to fruition, and I'm happy and stand proud today to even be able to debate and communicate to them and assure them that indeed this thing has moved to the next stage. Because when His Excellency announced it, in fact, they were already wanting to access this, but we had to tell them that we needed to, go through this process of creating the supporting legislation in order to actualize this particular progressive reform. So well done, our government for responding to the call of what, our people really would love to see. As if this is not enough, Madam Speaker, the new Dawn government is currently paying out, as you may be aware, funds to those people who contributed under NPF in the past and could not get their funds and at the transition to NAPSA. It can only take a committed, prudent government to be able to do this kind of thing, Madam Speaker. It can only take a government that is caring, Madam Speaker, to pay off the Tazara workers as they have been paid in huge sums of money.
Order, Honorable Member for Kafue, can we stick to the motion on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I should just mention that, and finally, because I intend to make this debate brief, Madam Speaker, because it's not controversial, everything about it is very good. My final appeal, really, is that as our government looks into all these reforms, the other message I have from the people of Kafue, especially the former workers of KTZ, is that they also do not want to be left behind in this reform that is meant to benefit the former workers that have saved this nation. And in that category are these Kafue textile workers who, during the time of privatization, they had gone into some understanding with the government at that time. But what was supposed to be their deal was not fulfilled. So they are looking to this new Dawn government to also look into their plight so that their outstanding terminal benefits are also looked into, because they have families. Some of them are still around to look after. Some of them have since passed on, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, but they have beneficiaries who can still benefit from these funds if this government looks into that. And I would want to marry that with the former council workers, although I am aware that our able minister also in the Ministry of Local Government, at one time talked about what government is trying to do with regard to the local authorities superannuation fund. But I think there are still some outstanding payments also that need to be looked at for these people also who served in our local authorities countrywide, but particularly my mandate is to speak to the for the people of Kafue, and I thought I would take advantage of this good report to just highlight those issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments on the motion to get this proposed amendment bill to the second reading. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I must state that we support these amendments with reservations. And these reservations are well reflected in your report. Madam Speaker, your committee, which scrutinized this proposed bill, have raised very interesting concerns. And we must first of all understand what the role of these pension schemes is. And like the chairperson of the committee stated, the pension schemes are there to ensure income security for people that may potentially be vulnerable financially because of loss of income in the old age. Meaning these are people that could have saved and they were having constant income through emoluments. And then at the end of their tour of duty, they are given this final benefit bailout, which they then would utilize to invest in ensuring their financial security in old age. But of course, global changes, social and economic dynamics are changing. And it's not wrong to revisit these schemes, but we shouldn't lose sight. And that's why there's need to holistically look at all these dynamics that have been raised. Let's take, for example, the age of 45. How many people would have accrued sufficient funds with the scheme, which they can access to add value to their lives? And we are saying that the final payout will reduce. If someone gets 5,000 kwacha, like the Honorable Minister stated, as a minimum, what are they going to do with it? We have seen our public servants going into debt to try and sustain themselves. So this 5,000, for example, would just be something someone would use for day-to-day activities. How does that come to add value to them when they are no longer in employment? So in as much as it looks so attractive, we must be very conscious in the implementation of these proposals. Madam Speaker, yes, the challenges have been there for people that have accessed these final lump sum payouts, which they could have misused. But again, most of them have ended up living sustainable lives by utilizing that final payout prudently. So, 45 years for me shouldn't be an option. If you have to go with this, leave it at 60 months. Because then you would have known that someone has accrued some reasonable amounts from which they can get some money to add value to their lives. The other issue, Madam Speaker, your committee has raised is this issue, which is a risk to the financial sector. Pension schemes do not operate in isolation. Pension schemes operate in the financial sector where there are banks. Let's look for the economic challenges that our people could be going through right now. The Act is amended, operation order passed, and you see the run on the scheme. And this run on the scheme might not only affect the scheme itself, but also the financial sector, the banks, where these contributions are kept. Are we ready for that run that people will engage in when this bill becomes an act of Parliament? So, Madam Speaker, those who don't read reports should keep quiet when we are debating matters that are quite serious.
Order, order. Honorable Member for Shuangan, just concentrate on your debate. Do not try to school.
So, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam Speaker.
First of all, maybe you can withdraw that statement because it wasn't made in good faith.
It's in good faith, Madam Speaker, that what I'm speaking to, I'm speaking to the report.
No.
Facts of the report.
Order. The issue where you said those who do not read the report, because he's sending back.
Apparently, they're the one shouting the loudest.
I was saying that please withdraw that statement, because it's assumed that all.
I withdraw that, Madam Speaker, and request members to be quiet when those that have got something to debate are debating. So what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that we need to be conscious as we implement these proposals, because we have to safeguard the members' contributions. The other issue the report has spoken to, Madam Speaker, is the security in terms of investments. Members' contributions that go to National Pension Scheme Authority, for example, is people's contributions. So your report is saying government must ensure and must facilitate secure investments, such as investments in government treasury bills and bonds, because this will ensure that would-be beneficiaries do not lose out from unscrupulous investments. That's the language that is in your report. What is this saying is that when you are trying to take people's contributions into an investment, it must take the interest of those who are contributing first. How is this, Madam Speaker?
Order, honorable member, somebody said stealing on my right. Please, let's desist from using such words. First of all, it's unparliamentary. Let's wait. Let's listen quietly to the debate so that you'll be able to respond appropriately.
So, Madam Speaker, all of us who contribute to this scheme want to see investments that are going to secure our contributions. Investments such as the one we have in the central business town of Lusaka, where a building has been bought, a building is not utilized, it's compromised. The investments we are saying should be avoided by the scheme so that members' contributions are secured. We are now investing in the dual carriageway. How secure are the funds we are going to put in there, and how soon do they come back to ensure that these contributions Madam Speaker, I'm restraining myself. So we want to see investments that are acceptable to us as contributors, and ensure that no one decides on our behalf without consulting the general membership in how their contributions to the scheme are utilized. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I say I would support these amendments with serious reservations, because your report is speaking to these reservations. I thank you.
Thank you. The person who was urging you on, actually, Honorable Member for Shuangan, who is the Honorable Member for Kasanengwa, who is sitting there. So, so let's make progress. The Honorable Member for Bavala, you have withdrawn. Okay, Honorable Member for, so you've been replaced by the Honorable Member for Nkana. Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to debate this.
He's a committee member.
Madam Speaker, we are permitted.
No. Let's give opportunity to the members. You debated, you had sufficient time. So can we have the Honorable Member for Chama South?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to debate your report. Madam Speaker, let me also state from the onset that I support
this report with some reservations. The reason is very simple. This report is suggesting that people who qualify to partially access this money are those that must save for 60 months, which is 5 years. If you look at our population, demographics will show you that almost 80–85% of this population is young. Our children finish tertiary education in their early 20s, meaning they have to work for 5 years. If you add 5 years, probably they'll be somewhere around 26 years. Then they have to wait for another 20 years. You've seen where the confusion is. They will have to wait, Madam Speaker, for another 20 years for them to reach 45. These, check the report. Actually, if you want to debate, stop yelling there.
Order. Honorable member for Chama South, don't take over the role of a presiding officer. Otherwise, you render me irrelevant. So I still want to regulate the proceedings. Please stick to the debate, and I will continue protecting you.
Madam Speaker, our standing orders dictate that we should listen in silence.
Yes, we've taken note. Just debate. That is my role.
Yes. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that if we add, they'll have to wait for another 20 years. Because for one to qualify to access this fund, they need to be 45. That's what the minister said there, and that's what the report is saying. Which, for me, does not make sense. And how much will they be able to access with this high cost of living? You know that 10,000, 20,000 is nothing that we can boast about, that our civil servants will access 20,000. Madam Speaker, I have to mention that this is the money that is supposed to guarantee the future of these retirees once they get out of service. And they are accessing 40,000, 50,000, which they can't even buy a plot, Madam Speaker. This is the piece of legislation that is likely to send our people into destitution. Not only that, it will have far-reaching consequences on our financial well-being as a country, particularly the financial sector. Check most of the depositors in our banks are civil servants. These are facts. Go and check. And you are telling them to start accessing pension fund instead of them going to financial sector to borrow. That is how we build the economy, colleagues. You are running a private sector economy. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to appeal to the executive, this executive, that do not use this scheme to try and affect our pension scheme.
Order. There is a point of order. Honorable member for Mandi, what's the point of order?
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. I was seated here listening quietly to this honorable member as he's doing his debate, and I'm confused. This honorable member I don't know whether he's confused himself. He's encouraging civil servants to go out there and access money at a much higher rate from the lenders, while still holding on to their money at the National Pension Scheme Authority. So I'm confused. Is he in order to encourage members, the civil servants, that he says is representing, for them to go and access Kaloba, unless they have money seated that they can access for free. Is this honorable member in order? Madam Speaker, I submit.
Order. Order. So I'm not sure whether the honorable member for Chama South is speaking for his people. So the people are listening to him. So let him continue on that, that line.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I think the honorable member doesn't understand how the financial sector operates. If she did, she will appreciate that the banking or financial sector depends on you and I. And the pension is meant for someone to come and survive after the service. This is what the pension is meant. But I want to send a warning to this new Dawn government. If you want to create financial stress on the pension fund so that you start disposing of its assets, either to yourselves and foreigners, we want to warn you. Because we expect pension fund. What will happen, Madam Speaker?
Order, honorable member for Chama South. Earlier this morning, when there was a warning from the right to the left, there was a point of order protesting against warning each other. So please desist from warning the other side also, so that we remain fair. You may proceed without warning anyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because the point that I was trying to drive home, Madam Speaker, is that once these pensioners start making requests for drawdowns, we are likely to face financial pressure on the pension fund. This is a fact that will happen. Then individuals will resort to machinations of selling pension funds investment either to foreign colleagues or themselves, so that they raise these funds to meet those obligations. We want to tell you that as Zambians, we will not allow you to do that. We expect the pension fund to continue investing. Actually, Madam Speaker, we have public service pension fund microfinance institution, which was specifically created. Why don't you lower the interest rate if your argument is to let the civil servants access this fund at a cheaper price? Why not give them at 5%? It is their money, which is being issued by public service microfinance institution. Give them at even 5%. And like allowing them to access this money, we are going to create a future of destitutes in our country. The reason is very simple, as I said, Madam Speaker. How much will these people be able to access? If you look, someone was even talking about 100,000. What is 100,000 in our economy? Can we better their working conditions? We should be working to build the economy, colleagues, so that our civil servants should be able to get decent pay. Our civil servants, when you make an increment of 10%, their increment is not eroded by cost of living, as the case is. That is what we should be working. Not such ideas. For me, I'll support it because, Madam Speaker, our colleagues have the numbers. Even if I don't, they'll still pass. So I support these amendments. With serious reservation, I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Minister of Labor and Social Security winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the first place, I'd like to thank the honorable members that have made contributions to this debate, to the motion. That's Honorable Member for Lunte, who is chair for the committee. Honorable Member for Kafiwe, Shiwangandu, and Chama South who made a warning, and warning to who? To the workers of Zambia, or to who? Because, Madam Speaker, picking it up from there, the workers of Zambia unanimously, through their TCLC, through their tripartite consultative labor council, which brings together the employers, the workers' representatives, and indeed government together, and they spoke emphatically. And as we debate here, they are out there listening, Madam Speaker. So on that one, we are speaking on behalf of the people, on behalf of the workers that have spoken. And indeed today, I'm sure in the different parts of the country, workers are sitting in places like it is when there's a soccer tournament, say like one we witnessed in recent times between Liverpool and Manchester United. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the workers are watching out there, just like it happened on that particular day. Pension schemes, I'll go to Honorable Member for Lunte. Some major aspects of the contributions that came from the committee is the issue of financial market impact and the issue of reduction of benefits of workers. These are matters that have been spoken to very well, Madam Speaker. And I think I'll just go to summarize, not to save time, on these matters, starting with the concern around the sensitization of workers, of key stakeholders regarding the pre-retirement benefits, so that they understand the impacts, both on those that are withdrawing, the members that are going to make a choice to take away their 20%, and indeed to sensitize those on the financial market to assure them that this authority has undertaken a lot of work, which I'll just outline here. All key stakeholders were consulted, and they have understood the option that was picked out of the 8 as being the best. And as I hear some of the contributors saying perhaps would have gone the loan way, this would create a burden on the very workers that are being enabled in this particular environment with this particular amendment. On the issue of risk, Madam Speaker, yes, NAPSA undertook a risk assessment, and the anticipated risks have been mitigated. For instance, through the following measures: the minimum pension, invalidity, and funeral grant payable under the Act has been scaled down for members who opt to assess the benefit as risk mitigating measure. And risk destabilization, the risk of destabilizing the financial sector has been mitigated by ensuring that the payments, Madam Speaker, will be made from fresh funds, and maturities will therefore not involve the authority breaking down existing investments. And 3, the risk of scheme becoming unsustainable has been mitigated through assurance of the actuaries who have confirmed that the long-term sustainability of the scheme will not be negatively affected. On the issue of support to other investments, Madam Speaker, NAPSA will be able to support other investments, although it will prioritize payment of the pre-retirement lump sum benefits. Hence, it will only support other investments to the extent that they do not affect the introduction of the pre-retirement benefit. And on loans,
if you can
may I just, Madam Speaker? On the 45, yes, on the 45-year access or eligibility, I just want to share this, that the idea of paying aged 45, those aged 45, is because some members who are senior in age and may not be able to garner 60 months must not be left behind. Hence, a special consideration was necessary to cover such people who may start work late, but they're running late in their 45. So these are the two choices. Overall, it is a matter of choice, Madam Speaker. People are not compelled, members are not compelled to go and draw. We have created an enabling environment by this amendment, and that's what it is. Indeed, there will be financial literacy, as was requested by the chair of the committee, and I just want to thank you all, to thank all the members of the committee for their support, and those that have provided alternative thought of how we can enhance or facilitate an environment that will not take away either from the members or indeed from the survival of the authority or the membership pension scheme. Thank you very much.
I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow. Tomorrow, Thursday, 23rd March 2023. Next order.
The Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I start by thanking you for according me this opportunity to present this policy statement on the principles of the Controlled Substance Bill number NAB number 2 of 2023. Madam Speaker, as part of the United Nations International Drug Control System, the World Health Organization, WHO, in collaboration with the International Narcotics Control Board, seeks to support the obligation of member states to establish a system of control for controlled substances that ensures the following: adequate availability of controlled substances for medical, research, and scientific purposes, and 2, prevention of substance abuse, diversion, and trafficking. This is to promote the best health of populations around the world and safeguarding the welfare of humankind. In Zambia, Madam Speaker, controlled substances have been used in the relief of pain and anxiety in health conditions related to cancer, HIV and AIDS, TB, to mention but a few. Thus, to achieve the rational use of these substances, controlled substances, which benefit the Zambian population, and also to prevent the misuse and abuse of controlled substances, there is need for government to put in place a robust legal framework. The current legislation is inadequate in dealing with a number of issues related to the regulation of controlled substances in the country. The Dangerous Drugs Act, Chapter 95 of the laws of Zambia provides for the control of the importation, exportation, production, possession, sale, distribution, and use of dangerous drugs. The narcotics, drugs, and psychotropic Substances Act number 35 of 2021 provides for the control in trafficking and illicit use of the controlled substances. In addition, the Medicines and Allied Substances Act number 3 of 2013 provides for the regulation of medicines, of which some are controlled substances that include morphine, pethidine, codeine, and diazepam, to mention but a few. Madam Speaker, in order to address the challenges that have been identified in the regulation of controlled substances, my ministry undertook a comprehensive regulatory impact assessment following approval in principle by Cabinet in 2017 to repeal and replace the Dangerous Drugs Act Chapter 95 of the laws of Zambia, and this led to the development of the Controlled Substances Bill number 2 of 2023 through a consultative process with key stakeholders. The bill has made sufficient provisions that will ensure availability of controlled substances for medical, research, and scientific purposes, and most importantly, prevent substance abuse, diversion, and trafficking of controlled substances. The provisions in the bill are compatible with the recommendations by the International Narcotics Control Board, and these include but not limited to the following. 1. Providing Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, ZAMRA, with additional functions to license and regulate controlled substances. 2. Submission of quarterly returns by the licensee to ZAMRA. This is essential so that ZAMRA is aware of what the licensee is doing with the license. It is also a compliance mechanism for ensuring that provisions of the proposed legislation are well complied with. 3. Control and limit the quantities of imported and exported controlled substances so as to prevent misuse, abuse, diversion, and trafficking of controlled substances. 4. Prohibit the illegal advertising, promotion, manufacturing, selling, importing, supplying, or dealing in controlled substances used as medicines without a license. 5. Authorize certain classes of people to handle controlled substances. The classes of persons will include a health practitioner, a veterinary surgeon, a nurse, a health facility, research institution, and an authorized officer. 6. Prevent diversion of controlled substances that are in transit through the Republic of Zambia. 7. Classification of controlled substances in various schedules that are part of the Act. The classification of the controlled substances is categorized depending on the danger or risk to the public of each controlled substances. 8. Prohibit the use of premises for the illegal manufacture, distribution, or use of controlled substances so as to protect the public from misuse, abuse, diversion, and trafficking of controlled substances. 9. And lastly, segmentation of the penalties and offenses for the protection of children. Madam Speaker, it is essential to create a separate penalties and offenses for the controlled substances so that the more dangerous the controlled substance, the stiffer the penalty. This is essential to ensure that minors are protected from being used for the purpose of illegal dealing in controlled substances. Madam Speaker, the objects of this bill are to A. Provide for the granting of a license to deal in manufacture, import, and export of a controlled substance. B. Regulate the use, dispensing, manufacture, wholesale, transfer, supply, sale, distribution, and possession of a controlled substance for medicinal, scientific, and research purposes. C. Provide for procedures and criteria for classification of controlled substances. D. Provide for the functions of ZAMRA relating to controlled substances. E. Repeal and replace the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1967. And F. Provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, in summary, the bill seeks to domesticate the United Nations Conventions on Controlled Substances. It also seeks to ensure that controlled substances used are for intended purposes in a rational manner. Madam Speaker, the bill which is before us today is progressive and non-controversial, and I wish to urge honorable members of parliament to support the bill. In so doing, Madam Speaker, I also want to end by thanking your committee, which did an excellent work in ensuring that this bill is brought before this House. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, the Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my colleagues in the Health Committee and present a report on the Controlled Substances Bill, number 2 of 2023 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the objectives of the bill have already been spelled out by ably spelled out by Honourable Minister, and will therefore not be dwelling into that. Similarly, the committee hopes that the members have had occasion and time to read through the report which has been circulated. I will therefore speak only to 4 matters. First is to state that the committee indeed scrutinized this bill, and in so doing used the usual methodology of interviewing or indeed interacting with the stakeholders, receiving both written and oral submissions, and would like to say at the outset that the committee supports this bill in totality. However, Madam Speaker, there were a few concerns that were raised by the stakeholders, and these are 3. First, it relates to the definition of who is a health practitioner. And the definition given in the bill currently is restrictive in the sense that it gives a different definition opposed to the one that is used in the Health Professions Council Act, and therefore the committee feels that in order to harmonize the two and have one definition, we should use the definition in the Health Professions Act number 24 of 2009. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the committee was also informed that when it comes to who is an authorized officer, the police were left out, and it's indeed the committee agrees that I think they should be included also as authorized officers who can carry out inspection or an arrest when it comes to any transgression with regard to these controlled substances. Madam Speaker, there was also another concern with regard to the time that it takes when you lodge in an application to deal in these controlled substances. The bill proposes that you should be given a reply within 30 days, but there are also other sections of the law, in particular the Medicines and Allied Substances Act, which requires that at least 90 days should be given. The committee agrees that to make it consistent, it recommends that perhaps we should consider a period of 90 days. Madam Speaker, those were the 3 concerns. Everything else in the bill, the committee delved into it in detail and agrees wholeheartedly. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the committee is saddened to note, or concerned to note, that there are various other substances in the communities which are being abused largely, and I'm sure members have heard of drugs such as Benylin with codeine, which is known as Nyerere in the local parlance. You've heard of Sunko, you've heard of methylated spirit, which is being used by some of our youths. You have heard of drugs like Voro, which is heroin mixed with teething powder. You probably have heard of Shisha, Blue Mash, which is Fenegan. I'm sure many of you know Fenegan, which people mix with other substances, indeed including drugs such as Blue Diamond or sildenafil, which is also a subject of abuse among our men folk. In fact, it has killed many men because of abuse. So our recommendation is that perhaps to the minister is that perhaps we need to investigate the whole other substances that are currently being abused in the community, particularly among our youths, leading to high levels of delinquency and other deviant behaviors, and that maybe if we come up with evidence could be considered for inclusion in the Controlled Substances Act. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, this is a very progressive bill that replaces the old 1967 Dangerous Drugs Act, and not only does it continue to control abuse, but also provides an avenue for the first time to ensure that you can also have access to these very drugs. Although they are controlled, they are also useful to those that need them. You heard the minister say that you can use these substances for therapeutic purposes, including cannabis. You are all aware about that. So the bill makes it possible through a rigorous process to apply through ZAMRA, through the ministry, that you can also have access to these substances. And I think that is very positive. It also brings it in line with international norms. And therefore, the committee supports this bill. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to place on record once again that the committee has no objection whatsoever to this bill, and also allow me to thank the many stakeholders who appeared before the committee to bring it to speed with information over this bill. I also want to thank the clerk, yourself, and the clerk of the National Assembly for making it possible for us to present this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, very kind Madam Speaker, and permit me to welcome you back in the House. I've not had the privilege to debate in your presence since your arrival. Welcome you back, Madam Speaker, to support this bill. There are few concerns that the people or the kind people of Lumezi that would want to address. First of all, on page 7 of that report, power of authorized officer, Madam Speaker, and permit me to quote from what Karl Marx said, because the report talks of an opium. Whoever wishes to transact in the business of opium should seek authority from an authorized officer. Madam Speaker, Karl Marx once said that an opium religion is an opium of the masses. It's a tranquilizer of the masses. I see no reason why the report did not pay attention to individualistic approach of being authorized officer. Madam Speaker, the committee should have at least labored to limit the number of authorized officers to an even number. The moment you allow an authorized officer to be an individual, then you are prone to corrupt practices. Madam Speaker, the moment we give authority to one person to manage the affairs that are affecting our people, that person can easily be compromised. To avoid that, the committee should have gone further to say 3 should be the prescribed number of authorized persons. I'm speaking to the report. The report says authorized person and not persons. Unless my reading is bad, but it says person, meaning an individual can go into a pharmacy, inspect, and come up with a report or arrest. That's what the report is saying. Now, Madam Speaker, some of us that are part of APNAC that detest corruption, we detest it. As APNAC, we detest it with a lot of passion. We shall not agree to give authority to individuals or to an individual. Let there be 3, 5, even numbers, for the benefit of the country.
There is a point of order by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 65. That is on the veracity of statements that are being made on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lumezi in order to suggest that if authority is given to one person, the likelihood of corruption is very high, when in actual fact, he is the only MP in Rumezi, and there is no one else whom he represents the people of Rumezi here. Is he suggesting to us that he's corrupt? Because he's the only one from Rumezi. Is he in order to suggest that?
Your order, the Honorable Member for Lumezi, person may also include persons, so it can be plural. But the statement that you have made is not necessarily correct, so you please be careful what you state and stick to the points and the facts. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I always appreciate your guidance, especially that Honorable Mwimbu came to Parliament when I was 9 years old. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was 9 years old, my thinking has evolved. Honorable Mwimbu's thinking is stuck to the many years he has spent in this
The
House.
Honorable Member, let's not, no. Can you withdraw that last statement? We are not supposed to debate each other.
No.
Kindly withdraw.
I withdraw that his thinking has not evolved, Madam Speaker, with your guidance. However, I appreciate your guidance, Madam Speaker. It's a fact, Madam Speaker, that some of us, the new entrants, have adopted a practice of debates which is not fitting to our submissions because the thinking is not changing. It's constant from when I was at age 9. But my submission, Madam Speaker, is that the moment we idealize individuals, we give authorities to individuals, we'll have a problem to come up with a clear-cut mechanism to monitor drug abuse, those that are selling codeine. And now if we go to Mandevo, Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, the same codeine is being mixed with glycerin that is being used in lotions. You've got junkies that cannot survive without consuming codeine. Codeine should be the easiest substance that you find in the most densely populated areas. So the committee should have done a little bit better. I'm not condemning the report, but I'm being factual because my thinking is modern. My thinking is speaking to the trends. My thinking is not speaking to the happenings of 22 years ago. Madam Speaker, last time when we had a report on health, I never had the privilege to speak to it because sometimes I think or I feel, Madam Speaker, not to offend anyone, that maybe it's a composition that brings...
Let's stick to the current report. Let's not go outside the report, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I was going to put a bomb on the table, so it's okay. So maybe it's a composition that we need to look to, how these compositions that write these reports are made, because we can't have a report from health always having some hanging submissions.
There is a point of order from the chairman of the committee, Lukulu. What's the point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful for this point of order, and I think that as a House, we should be mindful also and be true to the procedures that govern some of the processes that we run here. So when a bill is presented, Madam Speaker, it's referred to the committee. The committee scrutinizes it, listens to the submissions that come from the various stakeholders and renders an opinion which it brings here. Now, this point of order is premised on Standing Order number 65, which is very popular here. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Health, which is your committee, looked at this bill. All the terminologies which we have presented here were drawn exactly from that bill. You have clearly guided that when we say authorized person, in the legal parlance, it can also mean plural. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it would appear to me that my young brother has not read the bill itself. And I'm laboring to see his contribution to this House, as everybody else has noticed. Codeine, which is part of the ingredients of benylin with codeine, is one of the controlled substances. And
What's the point of order,
and it
Honorable?
has been listed very clearly in one of the schedules in this controlled substances bill. Is he in order to cast aspersions at the insinuations of the very important work of this committee, which has supported this bill and has clearly said that codeine and other substances should be controlled, when in fact even codeine itself is listed? So what other work did he expect us to do when we have done a good job? Is in order not to have read the report and to have seen that codeine in fact it's listed in the bill if he cared to read it? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I seek your ruling.
Thank you very much. The honorable member, I think, was trying to mix a lot of matters in his debate. Honorable member, to avoid being out of order, stick to the report that is before the House and debate as such.
Madam Speaker, you continue forgiving me, for I represent the new generation that does not subscribe to the old way of doing things. I have read the report and have been very systematic on page 7, power of authorized officer. That is why I centered my debate. I was on page 7. Not that I've not read the debate. Madam Speaker, I speak to your reports that come through the committees, knowing very well that I'm not interested in being the next health minister, but to speak to the report.
Order, 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 order. Order, honorable member for Lumezi. Just debate the issues that are before the House. Do not bring or try to imagine yourself in a position that you are not. Let's stick to the, yes. Please proceed as guided.
Madam Speaker, senior members should delegate point of orders to our fellow, like Honorable Mabet.
Order, order. Honorable member, okay, your time is almost over. Can you conclude? Can you conclude your debate?
So my submissions, Madam Speaker, in few seconds is that let's allow more people to monitor these activities than having an individualistic approach. Madam Speaker, a practical example is that you've always had 3 clerks with you. This should be the trend. In everything we do, let's not be individuals in making decisions. That is a breeding ground for corruption. And when raising point of order, senior members, delegate Honorable Mavet. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is Honorable Mavet your age mate? Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments in supporting the bill, which is the second reading stage. This bill to do with controlled substances. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by slightly differing with the proposal by the chairperson, who was talking about the inclusion of the police. Why? Because the implementation of this bill should also rely so much on the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act number 35 of 2021, which is enforced by the Drug Enforcement Commission. And more less, the issues that the Honorable Minister of Health is trying to address are equally contained to a larger extent in this act, which is enforced by the Drug Enforcement Commission. And so, Madam Speaker, the amendment of the bill is welcome, and it's coming at the right time, because when you go on our streets, Madam Speaker, you find our young ones with small little bottles, stuck to their mouths. What they are sniffing in those little bottles is what the chairperson of your health committee was referring to, codeine and other psychotropic substances, which are now becoming a potential danger because it's a time bomb with our youths. And so I would like to urge the Honorable Minister that the implementation of this law should not just be left to the Minister of Health itself, because drug peddling, illicit drug movement is a very vicious business which depend on very serious cartels. And so you will depend largely on the Minister of Home Affairs. And the Drug Enforcement Commission is well pressed to collaborate with your ministry in order to enforce this act. Madam Speaker, the abuse of drugs has reached alarming levels now. And if we don't take decisive actions, we are just playing with a potential time bomb, because the vulnerability of our youth, be it in schools and on the streets and in the community, is something that we should all take interest in. And so, Madam Speaker, I support the amendment, but amending a law is one action. The most key issue is the enforcement of the law. And if we don't enforce the law effectively, it will be an exercise in futility for all of us seated here in making these amendments. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the onset, I want to thank the mover and seconder of the chairperson, of this committee and this committee for a job well done. I also want to thank the few speakers that have contributed to this bill. Let me just look at some few concerns which have been raised by the committee and others who have spoken. And I see top on the list is on the issue of authorized officer. The second one was time for lodging. And then the last one was the definition of authorized officer or health practitioner. So starting with the issue of definition, it is correct, Madam Speaker, that when you look at the definition of a health practitioner, the HPCZ Act that regulates this profession has listed the definition and has a list of medical officers that have been enlisted. But when you come here to this act, you find that the definition is being controlled. The reason is simple. It is because of the nature of the drugs that we are talking about, or the substances that we are talking about, which need to be controlled. And if therefore we have to go with the definition that is in the HPCZ, it then will mean that the the usage or the prescription of these particular drugs will be prescribed by any person as if they were prescribing any other simple disease, simple drug, not a controlled substance as the case is. And so deliberately, there was a deliberate definition to actually help in the actual reason that we are trying to control. So the debate by Honorable Munia in this regard, I think he went off the issue itself. And when he started talking about, no, because somebody is going to be a defined person, it therefore means there'll be corruption. No, I think he lost the actual meaning of this whole thing. So whilst appreciating the fact that we may have challenges in other health centers to get the actual person, but I think that the interpretation of a health practitioner as provided in the Health Professionals Act opens the controlled substance to even those health practitioners who in their course of practice do not handle these controlled substances. Therefore, the definition of the bill before this House, in our opinion, should stand as is, as the Minister of Health will be allowed to issue statutory instrument to expand, for example, the list should need arise. Within the law, that provision has been given. The other issue was on the inclusion of police officers, and I think that the chair, the committee did actually look at that issue, and there was a proposal that we include the police. And I also take note that Honorable Kampiongo also debated on the need. To that extent, I want to say that the inclusion of the police officers in the definition of authorized officers is acknowledged, and within the process of the bill, we shall take note of that. But also to say that if you look at the whole bill, you will see that other institutions such as ZAMRA itself, DEC, and also the proposed inclusion now of police officers who have a stake in the regulation of controlled substances, which ZAMRA will be the main spearhead in terms of regulation, is not a problem, and we will look at how we can bring this before we conclude this bill. The last one, of course, Madam Speaker, was on the time frame, and I think the issue of time frame has to do with basically just harmonizing various pieces of legislation, because in another act somebody says 30 days. But take note that the new Dawn government is looking at this business of people applying for things, and it's taking 3 months up to the last day before that license is issued. But I'm sure that there is a point that in sometimes it may take longer, and therefore if we...
You can wind up, your
yes,
time is over.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm winding up now. So we think that it is a matter that can also be considered. We can extend it from 30 days to 60 days, but hoping that the officers will not take the whole 60 days to issue that license. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank everybody who has contributed, and thank you for the support. Members, thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that the bill be read now, that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow, 23rd, Thursday. Thank you.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Thursday, 23rd, August, 20? Friday, 24th. Friday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. So it will be 20 on Friday.
Tomorrow, Thursday, Madam Speaker. Today is Wednesday, so we can do it tomorrow. Okay. I'm guided by the leader of the House. Friday, Madam Speaker.
Yes, that will allow time to move the amendment. So Friday, 24th March 2023. Next order.
The Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for according me this opportunity to provide a sense of appreciation over the bill. The bill provides for regulating teachers, their practice and professional conduct. It also provides for the accreditation of colleges of education and also to revise the functions of the Teaching Council of Zambia and to provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. In view of the above, the Teaching Profession Act must be amended to provide for smooth coherence between Teaching Profession Act and the Zambia Qualification Authority and Higher Education Authority Acts, whose interests were affected. This exercise will enable players to coordinate and implement the acts professionally, efficiently, and effectively. To avoid working in silos and at the same time improve the Council's operations, the Ministry recommends amendment of the affected sections and parts. The amendments and repeal of the sections will achieve the following. The amendment of the Teaching Profession Act, number 5 of 2013, will eliminate the conflict in the College of Education accreditation function, which has transferred to the Higher Education Authority when the Higher Education was amended in 2021. This was undertaken as part of the efforts to consolidate and strengthen oversight of higher education institutions in Zambia. The Higher Education Authority is a regulatory body that oversees all higher education institutions in the country, while the Teaching Council of Zambia focuses primarily on teachers' adherence to the Code of Ethics and professional development. This development is expected to improve teacher performance by way of council guiding on the nature of the professional development programs teachers must undertake. The move to amend the Teaching Profession Act is driven by the need to separate the functions of the Teaching Council of Zambia and the Higher Education Authority. By removing the responsibility for college accreditation from the Teaching Council of Zambia, the government could be seeking to streamline its functions and reduce overlap between different agencies. As I conclude, I recommend consequential amendments to the Act as no other option exists but to amend the Teaching Profession Act. Maintaining the status quo is undesirable, as service delivery would continue to suffer due to the mandate and role conflicts among statutory bodies. The Ministry would like to appeal to all members of Parliament to support the introduction of this bill in Parliament today and to amend the Teaching Professional Act to address the issues mentioned above. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The chairperson of the Committee on Education, Science and Technology, the Honorable Member for Itejiteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In accordance with its terms of reference set out in the Standing Orders number 197C and 198J of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, the Committee on Education, Science and Technology was tasked to scrutinize the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill number 4 of 2023 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly referred to it by the House on Wednesday, 1st March
2023. Madam Speaker, in carrying out the important task, the committee interacted with various stakeholders who provided both written and oral submissions. As the honorable members may be aware, the bill, Madam Speaker, intends to revise the functions of the Teaching Council of Zambia and provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, I will state from the onset that all the stakeholders who appeared before the committee supported the bill as it is indicated in the report. In the same vein, Madam Speaker, the committee equally supports the bill. Madam Speaker, since the honorable members of this House have had the opportunity to read the committee report, allow me to indicate that the bill intends to revise the functions of the Teaching Council of Zambia so as to harmonize the provisions of the Teaching Profession Act of 2013 with those of the Higher Education Act number 4 of 2013 on matters relating to registration of colleges of education and accreditation of teacher education programs. Madam Speaker, once enacted, the duplication of regulatory functions relating to higher education institutions with respect to accreditation and approval of qualifications and learning programs, which are the functions of the Higher Education Authority and the Zambia Qualification Authority respectively, will be resolved. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to place on record the gratitude of the committee to all the stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions. The committee also wishes to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support services rendered to it throughout its deliberations. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? I see none. The Honorable Minister of Education winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, allow me to commend the Committee on Education, Science and Technology's chairperson and the team for dedicating their time to examine the bill methodically and for their progressive recommendations. In the same spirit, may I take this opportunity to commend my team at the Ministry and the Ministry of Justice for prioritizing drafting this law to promote an enabling environment for achieving credible and higher education standards. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Next Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Committee stage to be taken next Tuesday. Next order.
The Rural Electrification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Any debate? The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for granting me this opportunity to highlight and outline the principles of the Rural Electrification Bill number 5 of 2023. Madam Speaker, the Rural Electrification Act number 20 was enacted in 2003 with the core objective of establishing the Rural Electrification Authority, REA, as a special purpose vehicle in increasing the availability and the access to electricity in our rural areas. Madam Speaker, members of the House will agree with the government that the past 14 years have yielded various developmental challenges with regards to the electrification of our rural areas. This has necessitated that we repeal and replace the current Act. Madam Speaker, during the implementation period of the Act, the following operational challenges or gaps were identified. A, lack of a comprehensive definition section in the Act. B, the need for the Rural Electrification Authority to coordinate and avoid duplication of rural electrification with other stakeholders. C, the failure to clearly distinguish between the functions of the Rural Electrification Authority and the board. D, enhancement of the board composition. E, corporate governance issues relating to the separation of the board secretarial duties from the chief executive officer. F, lack of establishment of prudent controls over the use of funds in the Rural Electrification Fund. And the G, execution of judgments on property belonging to the Rural Electrification Authority. Madam Speaker, to address some of the gaps identified above, such as the lack of distinction between the functions of REA and the board, the bill has specifically provided for the functions of the board, which are of strategic nature and include the following. A, promotion of the effective corporate governance of REA. B, approval of policies, programs and strategies, annual work plans, action plans, activity reports, annual budget estimates, and the financial statement. And C, advising the minister on matters relating to rural electrification. Madam Speaker, the bill has further provided for the establishment of fiscal controls, accounting procedures governing the Rural Electrification Fund, the reporting procedures for matters relating to Rural Electrification Fund, and the investment of the monies of the Rural Electrification Fund. Madam Speaker, another key provision that has been included in the bill is the vesting of the development of the review of the Rural Electrification Master Plan with the ministry responsible for energy. The approach would ensure that the Rural Electrification Authority focuses on implementing the Rural Electrification Master Plan. Madam Speaker, to crown it all, the bill has been aligned to legislation that is current, such as the Public Debt Management Act number 15 of 2022, the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018, and to legislation governing similar statutory bodies administering and managing a public fund. Madam Speaker, the objects of this bill are to promote and enhance rural electrification. B, continue the existence of the Rural Electrification Authority and to define its functions. C, to constitute the board of the authority and provide for its functions. D, continue the existence of the Rural Electrification Fund. E, repeal and replace the Rural Electrification Act of 2003, and F, provide for matters connected with or incidental to the foregoing. Madam Speaker, I am hopeful that the proposed Rural Electrification Bill number 5 will increase electrification rates in the rural areas as well as foster socio-economic development in our country. As I conclude, I would like to urge all members of Parliament to support this progressive bill that will change significantly the lives of our people in the rural areas. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
further debate, the chairperson of the Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism, the Honorable Member for Sesheke.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that statement. Madam Speaker, the Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism was tasked to scrutinize the Rural Electrification Bill number 5 of 2023. And in order to appreciate the ramifications of the bill, the committee sought both written and oral submission from stakeholders. Madam Speaker, let me start from the onset that the committee is in support of the bill, and let me also state that stakeholders who appeared before the committee supported most of the proposed amendments to the bill. However, there are some raised concerns which are recorded in the committee's report. One of the concerns relates to clause 2 of the bill, where the definition for rural electrification, that is REA, does not include peri-urban areas, as was the case in the Act being repealed. Madam Speaker, this definition is likely to disadvantage many areas which are not necessarily in rural settings, but are in peri-urban and experiencing similar difficulties as of those experienced by those who live in the rural areas of this country. In this regard, the committee strongly recommends that the definition of rural area under clause 2 should include peri-urban areas for a holistic coverage of both rural and peri-urban areas in the provision and implementation of rural electrification. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that clause 7 of the bill does not provide for inclusion of institutions such as the Zambia Development Agency and the Citizen Economic Empowerment Commission on the board of the Rural Electrification Authority. Yet there are critical stakeholders in the provision of broad-based empowerment to the marginalized citizenry, especially those in the rural parts of this country. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the committee strongly recommends that the two entities should be included on the board in order to assist in the provision of oversight on the operations of the authority. It is the view of the committee that the inclusion of these institutions will also help to synchronize government's efforts of providing broad-based empowerment to the marginalized sections of the Zambian society. Madam Speaker, the bill under clause 15, subsection 2b, states that one of the sources of the Rural Electrification Fund is the electricity levy. Yet there is no provision in the bill which explicitly provides for the Rural Electrification Authority to receive the electricity levy. The committee, therefore, recommends that it should be explicitly stated in the bill that 3% of the electricity levy that ZESCO Limited collects should, within 30 days, be remitted into a separate account under the management of the authority. This will enable the authority to execute its operations in a timely and efficient manner. Madam Speaker, the committee observes that clause 7F does not clearly define the qualifications of the 3 persons to be appointed by the minister and feels that the stated provision may lead to the appointment of unqualified persons who may not contribute effectively to the mandate of the authority. In this regard, the committee strongly recommends that clause 7F should highlight professional qualifications of at least 2 of the 3 persons to be appointed by the minister. Madam Speaker, clause 16 of the bill provides for the minister to approve the use of funds in the Rural Electrification Fund, which, in the committee's view, is likely to cause an administrative hindrance and slow down the implementation of rural electrification projects. Further, Madam Speaker, this is likely to trigger political interference and the political favoritism, as projects may be approved on the basis of political patronage. In this regard, the committee recommends that Clause 16 should be amended to remove the approval process of funds by the minister and replace it with the approval process of the funds being administered by the board of the Rural Electrification Authority. Madam Speaker, Clause 28 prohibits levying of execution against the Rural Electrification Authority in the event of any judgment against it. The committee is concerned that this provision has the potential to affect operations of other entities and individuals who might be unable to execute judgments against the authority in an event that it defaults in honoring its contractual obligations. In this regard, the committee recommends that Clause 28 should be recast or limited, limit the limit the immunity of authority to assets only. In this regard, the committee recommends that the authority should be given a 90-day period in which to compensate any offended party, failure to which the judgment passed against the authority should take effect. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to render my sincere gratitude to you, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and his staff for the guidance and support rendered to this committee throughout its deliberations. I also wish to thank the members of the committee for having looked at this without any political biasness in ensuring that we do that which we've been elected for and leave this place better than we found it. I also wish to place it on record, Madam Speaker, my appreciation to the stakeholders who made submissions to the committee with regard to the bill. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? I see two. Start with the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, followed by the Honorable Member for Mbawala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for once again giving me this opportunity to make a few comments on these amendments to the Rural Electrification Authority Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is very critical to us, especially honorable members of parliament who represent rural constituencies. I say so knowing that the mandate of RIA is to give our people who are in the rural areas an opportunity to have access to electricity as a source of energy. And therefore, we support efforts that are meant to improve on the provisions of this piece of registration. I want to agree with the chairperson of the committee when he says that there must be clarity in the way we define rural areas and peri-urban areas. Because in the old bill, these were properly defined, and therefore it's important that we don't leave out the peri-urban aspect of the rural areas, because some of the rural, the peri-urban we are talking about could be areas that are a few kilometers from the district centers, but they are also just typical rural areas. Madam Speaker, I took interest in the issue raised by your committee regarding Clause 16, which is talking about the Rural Electrification Fund. Madam Speaker, the challenge we have had in the past of getting our people connected has been lack of resources. We, as Parliament, have been appropriating resources that are not adequate to cover most parts of the rural area. And it's under this clause where we need to know, because some of the proposals that are coming from central government, for example, local government, suggesting that Constituency Development Fund should be contributing to this fund without providing legal framework might pose a challenge in future, Madam Speaker. All we have received are instructions that from CDF there must be 1 million that goes to Rural Electrification Authority. How is that fund going to be administered if it can't be provided for in this act? And when I heard the acting minister referring to some pieces of legislation, there was no mention of Local Government Act, for example, no mention of CDF Act. So what are we doing? Because we can't just be making pronouncements that are not backed by law. Yes, it's desirable for honorable members to contribute to the electrifying of their rural areas, but it must be structured and backed by the legal framework. So we would like, honorable minister, acting minister, as you are making amendments, let's talk about the source of funds that go into the Rural Electrification Fund and how this fund should be dispersed. Because what I expect, if money is deducted from the Shwangandu constituency fund, this fund should be applied in Shwangandu. Because I heard the acting minister referring to the Public Financial Management Act, that in applying the funds from this fund, there must be adherence to the provisions of the Public Management Financial Act. So we need to be sure when we are getting funds from the CDF, how is it going to be spent in line with the Financial Act? So these are things that would like the minister, as he is polishing up the bill, to be provided for in the Act. It's very key, because all of us here are just wondering, when you say 1 million, is it going to the pool? And then from this pool, who accesses, and what will be the mode for people to access the fund from Rural Electrification Authority? Madam Speaker, I would have also loved to see some deliberate provisions to cater for those rural areas where power is being generated from. If, for example, in Savonga, where power is being generated, our people are just able to see the power lines cutting across the villages, and they can't even have any benefit from those from that electricity, it doesn't help. So we would like you, Mr. Acting Minister, to think about that. Shwangandu, where we have a mini generating power plant, how should the people benefit through RIA, other than just seeing the poles running across their villages and on top of their villages, going to a few privileged citizens? So it's very important that we take note of such requirements through the piece of legislation that you have brought. You have time to do some amendments, and it's important that you take that on board. The composition of the board. When we are talking about the rural communities, who represents the rural communities? Who speaks for them on this board? Because if you just take people that don't know what Shwangandu is and the challenges in Shwangandu, they will be sitting there, those air-conditioned boardrooms, and making decisions on assumptions. So when you are providing for the composition of the board, it should be prudent that you think of the representation from the rural areas. There are local authorities, for instance, that can be brought on board and see how they can represent our people from the rural areas. They are the beneficiaries. So, Madam Speaker, I hope the acting minister will apprise minds to these thoughts and ensure that they are brought on board. More especially, our contribution from the Constituency Development Fund. Because if it's going to be sustained, we don't just want to sit this year, next year, also contribute maybe 2 million. Its application is not provided for by law. So and the policy is not backed by any legal framework. We'll be going round in circles. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The last, as earlier guided, is the Honorable Member from Bavala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbabara an opportunity to contribute to the Rural Electrification Authority bill, to which we ultimately support, given that we are a rural area that has been marginalized for many, many years, where we had no electricity connections to new areas in the last 10 years. Such areas as Mangunza, well-developed areas like Smauvi, Kabanze, and many other areas of Mbabara constituency were neglected despite being qualifying for rural electrification. Madam Speaker, I'm glad that this bill seeks to enhance rural electrification for rural areas, and I'm happy that the House of Chiefs is being listed as some of the stakeholders to help us with rural representation. And to me, this implies that, for example, His Royal Highness Chief Mapanza, who is representing one of the representatives in the House of Chiefs from Southern Province, is going to be one of the people, hopefully, who could be co-opted into this new board. And that would give us good information so that he can point out all the areas that need electrification, being an experienced citizen. So the House of Chiefs will play a crucial role in ensuring that our rural areas are taken care of in terms of electrification. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the issue of rural electrification master plan, but I want to point out that this must be on equitable basis. We saw in the last 10 years that certain areas, even grass-thatched houses and all that, were electrified in certain areas of the country. But in our areas, despite having all the right houses and the business centers, schools, health centers and the like, none of these were electrified. And so I want to urge RIA that the master plan must bring about equity, to bring some of us, like Mbabara constituents, who are behind in as far as electrification is concerned, to be equally electrified. Areas like Surukwia, Simunzere, and all those Tisikiri that don't have electricity will need to be electrified. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak on the electricity levy, which I wish to support that the committee's report that the 3% collected by Zambia Electricity Corporation, or ZESCO, needs to be locked or ring-fenced, so much that this 3% is remitted to RIA within 30 days, so that RIA can be able to accelerate the connection of rural areas. Further, we want to see a monitoring mechanism to RIA's work in ensuring that these funds are being received and they are being utilized to connect rural areas. As part of our parliamentary caucus here on UpNote, we are interested in monitoring and evaluation. And this, to me, Madam Speaker, should be a monitoring issue where we ensure that the RIA is receiving these funds, timely reporting, and then using them effectively to connect rural areas, like areas in Mbabara constituency, which I have mentioned in various parts of Mbabara, even Kabanze, even Mayowo, all those areas need to be connected. Maowe, etc. Madam Speaker, I note that the funds received by the RIA will be authorized by the minister, but I want to support the aspect of audit, that these funds must be audited by the Auditor General in order to provide checks and balances and assure the public on what is going on in terms of the work of RIA. I also want to, Madam Speaker, touch on the issue of sustainable development. RIA needs to also to start working with some of our innovative or innovations that are happening elsewhere. Like I mentioned to the other time to Honorable Mutati, we also have other opportunities to work with the rural innovators, such as one of my boys in Mbabara constituency, who is innovated rural electrification using the biomass and many others that are innovators. Today, His Excellency was awarding innovators at State House, and we want to see innovators being allowed in this sector so that we can utilize these talented young men and women in the rural areas in order to accelerate connection. What we want is power that is going to improve, create jobs for many others, and also improve the quality of life. With the recruitment of over 30,000 teachers, over 12,000 health workers, and many others being recruited this year, all these people want to live in electrified houses in our rural areas where you have sent them, or where we have sent them as the UPND government. So the way we are going to do it is to allow innovators to be part and parcel of this so that we can accelerate provision of electricity to all these people so much that they can all enjoy quality life. Because with the water and electricity in your house, your life changes forever. You will be able to do much more. They will do better in their homework and many other things. They will provide better quality services at the health centers and the like. Madam Speaker, I talked about the equity for marginalized areas like Mbabara constituency, and also the bringing of CDF into rural electrification is an excellent move by government through His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, because this will accelerate the electrification of our centers. For example, in my constituency, in Mbabara constituency, we have already selected the Smaovi Center, which has already got a secondary school, a new secondary school. We've got a primary school there. We've got a health center. We've got an agriculture shed and many other shops. So these are the centers we want electrified, where we've got these facilities. We've got day secondary schools where we've got borders like at Mangunza. These are the centers where we want to have them electrified. We've got the Parasi for His Royal Highness Chief Mapanza in Mangunza area. These are the centers, Madam Speaker, we want electrified. Therefore, the directive to have CDF allocate 1 million kwacha towards electrification every year, resulting in 156 connections in the country, is an excellent move by government and needs to be applauded.
Your time is up, Honorable Member. Waida.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and indicate that this country will change forever with the best, and exclusion is now over. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Energy, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the members that have debated on this bill, and particular attention the comments made by the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Romeo Kangombe, where he talks about the definition of RIA does not refer to peri-urban areas. We take note of that comment, and we also heard that from the Honorable Member for Shoangandu. But just to say that in terms of the funding of RIA, he talks about 3% of the revenues from ZESCO. So we have to to be careful how we overload that particular budget by increasing the number of areas that are catered for it, especially also taking into account that the peri-urban areas will continue to be serviced by ZESCO. So the choice is, if you include them in the rear, that means either you have to have more funds, in other words, take a bigger percentage from the ZESCO funds, or indeed concentrate just on the rural areas, as the definition is Rural Electrification Authority. We hear what the chairperson talks about, clause 7, not including some bodies such as ZDA and the Empowerment Commission and so on. On the board, where he says that they'll not define the qualifications of the 3 persons to be appointed by the minister. I think this is an area where it gives the minister, of course working for and on behalf of the Zambian people, the ability to bring in people that may not hold the qualifications that we know as qualifications, like degrees and so on. And this is where what the honorable member for Shawangan talked about, people who represent rural areas. This is where the minister can take advantage of that. In addition to others specified there, such as NGOs who work specifically in rural areas. The use of funds, where the minister can determine how some funds are used. That is clause 16, where the chairperson says this must be replaced with the board. I think probably that makes good sense in terms of governance. So we'll look at that. Now, this controversial, I think, is clause 28, again raised by the chairperson. That is prohibition of the execution of judgment to effect other bodies that depend or do business with RIA. I want to make it very, very clear. In fact, it reads as follows. I can get it. Madam Speaker, this particular clause is not unique to RIA. I think on the floor of this House, most bills that have come here referring to statutory bodies have got this clause. Now, clause 28 says, where a judgment or court order is obtained against the authority, execution, attachment, or process of any nature shall not be issued against the authority or against any property. This is really to protect public property. It does not stop aggrieved parties going to court. It does not stop the court passing judgment. All it says is, yes, that judgment can be effected in terms of what is prescribed in the judgment, but will not go to the extent of the assets of the authority. I think if you look at other statutory bodies, that clause is exactly the same. Madam Speaker, in the main, there are a lot of support, including the Honorable Member from Bawara, Honorable Musanje, especially
Honorable
when he talks
Minister,
about
your time is up. If you could kindly wind up.
marginalized areas, Madam Speaker. We have taken note of that, and I would like to thank those that have debated for the support that they have rendered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Let the bill be read a second time.
The Rural Electrification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023.
Committee stage to be taken when?
Tomorrow, Madam.
Committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Thursday, Thursday 23rd of March 2023. Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
Notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received. The Honorable Member for Chirubi, but before we proceed with that, let me just give some guidance. Honorable members, before I call upon the Honorable Member for Chirubi to present his subject for debate, let me guide the House as follows. Subject for debate on the adjournment motion is provided for Understanding Order 30 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. Although the duration of the debate is subject under this provision, the duration of debating a subject under this provision, in a case where adjournment of the House takes place long before the automatic time of adjournment is not stated. The intention and practice has always been to debate the subject for a minimum of 45 minutes. After that, the House adjourns without question put at and the subject lapses. In this regard, the subject by the Honorable Member for Chirubi will last 45 minutes. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the members are not helping. Yeah. We are here to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the motion has stated, is that the people of Chirubi would like to urge government to venture into measures to do crop diversification. Madam Speaker, this is based on the background that currently Zambia is promoting a monocropped arrangement in terms of farming in the country. Madam Speaker, allow me to demonstrate by quoting a few statistics which are of self-comparison from the crop survey data of the Zambia Statistical Agency of the farming season of 2019. Madam Speaker, in terms of acreage, maize was at 1,655,624. Then groundnuts was at 269,611 thousand. Soybeans was at 231.
The honorable members, at the rate that honorable members are exiting the House, the quorum is going to collapse. Please, honorable whips, can you make sure that your members stay in the House? May the honorable member for Chirubi continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Cotton was at 113,649. Sunflower was at 105,184. Madam Speaker, this is coupled with the allocation of fertilizer this year. If you go to the statistics, which are going to get government spent about $330 million dollars. The allocation of fertilizer reads as follows: 120,380.25 tons for D compound, 120,380.25 for urea. Madam Speaker,
you would agree with me that these are predominant, fertilizers that we use every rain season. And that be the case, Madam Speaker, it means that if you look at the number that I've presented, it also consolidates the monocropping arrangement of our agriculture system, which leads us to a situation where we do not leave room for other crops that may facilitate growth of the economy, nutritional value, and many other things that the country may need. Madam Speaker, allow me to indicate the potential that Zambia has for the call that people of Chirubya are making today on the crop diversification. You allow me to quote a Bemba proverb where we say, amenshi valinga novunga, meaning that what we have is what we have to do with the situation. Madam Speaker, we are only utilizing 15% of our valuable land. That is a reality. Madam Speaker, this means that in all the 10 provinces, we have got vast potential. Madam Speaker, Zambia sits on a latitude of 8 degrees and 18 degrees south, the longitude of 22 degrees and 34 degrees east, which is influenced by the intertropical convergence zone, which gives rise to 3 agroecological zone areas, which are gifted in some way. Madam Speaker, I don't think that I would conduct my business well with the behavior of the Nkana MP. Yeah, if he can be taken care of.
Sorry, I didn't even follow. What is the issue, Honorable Member for Chirubi?
He has been making noise throughout because it's in protest that I have brought this when he wants to go and rest. Yeah.
No, you are within your rules. Please proceed. We are within your rights, sorry. You are within your rights. You can proceed. Honorable members, do not interrupt the...
It's very disturbing, this young man. Madam Speaker, I was on the ecological zones. I know that the subject matter may be very big for him to understand, so he's having problems. Madam Speaker, when I was talking about the ecological zones, I was trying to underscore the agriculture potential that Zambia has. Ecological zone number 1, ecological zone number 2, ecological zone number 3, we grow different crops in this, and they cover all the 10 provinces of our country. You realize, Madam Speaker, that one of our realities influenced by the intertropical convergence zone is that we only have a single rain season with savanna vegetation. And the rainfall influenced mainly, as I said, by the intertropical convergence zone, with also coupled with the effects of El Nino South Oscillation phenomenon. Madam Speaker, I also need to realize a reality that in terms of rainfall, we have the lowest of 600 milliliters and the highest of 1,300, and that's our potential. Further on, Madam Speaker, since later on I'll be addressing, to the chagrin of the Nkana MP, I'll be addressing the issue because I shouldn't raise this motion without providing solutions. Madam Speaker, we also have 20% of our water, surface water in the southern region, as well as 40% of groundwater in the southern region. Madam Speaker, priority sector in terms of diversifying of our economy, priority has always been given, number 1, to the agriculture sector. And different governments have tried to do the prioritization in order to shift the economy, mainly from a mineral-dominated one to an agriculture economy. And Madam Speaker, I will do a disservice not to mention some of the gaps that different governments have grappled with. Madam Speaker, part of the reasons is that if you consider the period of pre-independence as well as post-independence, most of our commercial farming, which is involved in a multi-crop arrangement, has been dominated by settlers and their descendants from the Euro bloc. And that being the case, Madam Speaker, we have a situation where we have left multi-crop farming and to the settlers that settled before independence, and I think that trend has continued to date. But alas, you find that these are only doing their farming along the line of rail and along the roads, the trunk roads of our country. Madam Speaker, let me bring to your attention, Madam Speaker, may I be protected from this charlatan? Because it will be part of my speech very soon to his embarrassment.
Order, honorable member. As you debate, please do not address the other honorable members. Speak through the president.
But it's very disturbing, Madam Speaker. You have no idea, and it is closer to me.
Please, honorable member Fonkana, do not...
I'll sweep him in a debate. He will be imbalanced.
What's the point of order, honorable member for Lumes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting me to raise on a serious point of order, Madam Speaker, especially that I'm raising it on a member on your left. Madam Speaker, I take you to Standing Orders 59. Madam Speaker, rarely, of late I've been avoiding to use the standing orders because I want to rely on the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. But I want to take you to Standing Orders 59, Madam Speaker. The honorable member is going beyond the time limit of Standing Orders 59. Is in order, Madam Speaker? Yes,
The only difficulty is on motions of this nature, there is no time limit. So he can either talk alone for 45 minutes or you yield his time to somebody else too. But since he loves to talk, I think... And as we do that, just bear in mind that the quorum has collapsed. So please, honorable members, can we make sure that the whips, please, can we... A bell will have to be rung.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The quorum has collapsed as the House is considering a notice of a subject for debate on the motion of adjournment entitled Take Deliberate Measures to Promote Crop Diversification. And on the floor of the House, it was a move of the motion, Mr. Mulenga Fube, who was debating. And earlier on, the House did consider 4 bills, and these bills came out second reading stage. And the first one was the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023. And we did see the Minister presenting a policy statement and the objects of the bill. It has passed the second stage reading, and committee stage to be taken tomorrow, Thursday, 23rd March 2023. And the other bill was the Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and this bill read the second time, and committee stage to be taken on Friday, 24th March 2023. And the other bill was a Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023. The bill read the second time, and committee stage to be taken next week on Tuesday, 28th March 2023. The last bill that was considered among the 4 was the Rural Electrification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023, came up at second stage reading. It has read the second time, and the committee stage to be taken on Thursday, which is tomorrow, 23rd March 2023. As currently the bells are ringing, the quorum has collapsed. It is a requirement that 1/3 of the total number of members of parliament has to be present in the House for any business to be considered on the floor of the House. So the bell ring for 4 minutes, and if the quorum won't be constituted after counting the number of members of parliament present in the House, again it will be rung for the further 2 minutes. If the House doesn't constitute a quorum, the House will adjourn. So that's what's going on this particular time. As you can see, live pictures on your screens. That's members of parliament just waiting, and the presiding officer waiting for the quorum to be constituted. And earlier on, when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of members of Parliament from the National Council of Namibia Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. And 2 rulings were rendered on the floor of the House, and 1 ministerial statement. Will be able to give you the details of what has been considered on the floor of the House when the House adjourns. So keep watching Parliament television.
It appears we will not be able to have the quorum. That's just one more word. And I've seen members who have just arrived from nowhere for the whole day. The House is now adjourned.
Thus, the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession making way out of the chamber, and that signifies the close of business for today, which means that the House has adjourned. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House, and business resumed at 14:30 this afternoon. Madam Speaker did make an announcement where she acquainted the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the following members of the National Council of Namibia Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and staff from the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable Elder Filipe, MP, Vice Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Nicodemus Motinga, MP, Honorable Paulus Mbangu, MP, Honorable Richard Gausepe, MP, Honorable Jerome Osebe, MP, Ms. Dorothy Frasman, Deputy Director, Mr. Emmanuel Kupe, Deputy Director, and Mr. Brian Riruako, Parliament Clerk. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did receive the distinguished guests and warmly welcome them to the National Assembly of Zambia. So that's the announcement that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day. After that announcement, she proceeded to render two rulings. And the first ruling Madam Speaker made was on a point of order raised on Friday, 10th March 2023 by Mr. R.C. Mutale, Member of Parliament for Chitambo constituency, against Honorable Simulenga MP, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, for allegedly raising the United Party for National Development UPND symbol in the House. And the other ruling that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day was on a point of order raised by Mr. M.F. Fube, Member of Parliament for Chilubi constituency, against Mr. R.M. Chavinga, Member of Parliament for Mafinga constituency, allegedly being absent from sittings of the House. We did see Madam Speaker permitting the Minister of that's the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable Jack Wimbo, to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the violence recorded during youth and women's celebrations allegedly perpetrated by suspected United Party for National Development cadres. And ministerial statement was on three matters of urgent public importance, and these were raised by honorable members of parliament. The first one was raised by Honorable Christopher Kangombe, a member of parliament for Kamfinsa constituency, regarding violence during the Women's and Labor Day celebrations. The second was raised by Honorable Philemon Twasa, Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa constituency, on the United Party for National Development UPND cadres threatening violence on the Patriotic Front members. And the third was raised by Honorable Anthony Kasandwe, Member of Parliament for Bangweulu constituency, on UPND cadres perpetrating violence against women and harassing civil servants. And according to the ministerial statement, the minister did say that on 12th March 2023, around 12:30 hours, Ndola Police Station recorded an occurrence of violence that erupted when suspected members from United Party for National Development and Patriotic Front parties who went to participate in Youth Day celebrations clashed at Riquez Mall along Independence Avenue before the march past commenced. And the other one was on the same day, around 11 hours, in Kitwe District. Usakida Police Station recorded for report of malicious damage to property, in which property whose value has not yet been established was damaged by suspected cadres clad in PF and UPND regalia. And according to the minister, during his ministerial statement, he reminded all political players that the democracy Zambia is enjoying today comes with a high sense of responsibility prescribed in the statutes. It is therefore important that individuals and political parties are peaceful, tolerant to different opinions, and above all, respect the value of law. And the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security did urge all political players to compete on ideas and to contribute towards the development of the country. After that, the House did proceed to consider two questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And first question was question 215, which came from Mr. Peter Piri Mukaika, Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. The member wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade Chanida border post in Katete district to a one-stop border post. And according to the minister's response, did say that yes, government has plans to upgrade, and this will be undertaken by government if the agreement to the established to upgrade the border post to is agreed upon by the Mozambican government. And the last part of the question, should I say the other question, was question 216, which came from Mr. Sunday Chanda, who is Kanchivia Member of Parliament. He directed his question to the Minister of Energy, and that particular time it was the acting minister who responded to this question, and it was Honorable Charles Melopi. The member wanted to find out when the government will electrify the Kavinga chiefdom in Kanchibia parliamentary constituency. The minister did respond that according to Rural Electrification Authority master plan, the electrification of Kavinga was earmarked in 2019, but due to financial constraints, the project stalled. What the estimated cost of the project is, the minister did respond that it's about 20 million, 12,345 17 Ingwe. What the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, according to the minister, did say that it's August 2023 this year. After that, the House did proceed to consider 4 bills that came at second reading stage, and the first one was the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill. National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023 came up at second reading, and the minister did present the policy statement and gave the objects of the bill, and the bill has since been read the second time, and committee stage to be taken tomorrow, which is Thursday, 23rd March 2023. The other bill was the Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, which also came up at second reading, and the bill read the second time and committee stage to be taken on Friday, 24th of March 2023. We also saw the consideration of the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, which read the second time, and committee stage to be taken next week on Tuesday, 28th March 2023. And lastly, the Rural Electrification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023. And the bill read the second time and committee stage to be taken on Thursday, which is tomorrow, the 23rd March 2023. So basically, that's the business that has been considered on the floor of the House. I'd like to say thank you so much for your time. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 hours, 8:30, I beg your pardon, as we open the station. On behalf of my colleagues, that's Chola Kauma, Jason Manda. My name is Paulson Tendovi. Thank you so much for your time. Join us tomorrow at 8:30 when we open the station. Stay safe and God bless.